that you're more divided over whether or not you like Trump than you are about disliking your fucking prime minister. That shit's funny.
Exactly.
It's like, that's peak irony for me right there. Yeah. So that's a bit of a thing. Yeah, it's massive.
Yeah. Shake things up a bit, because he's been in, in power for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Just looking through who might bring up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like a lot of the people who we normally bring up are not here today, but yeah, maybe if it's our lawyer friends that come up.
Sure.
Somebody quote posted this space asking, who are these dudes? Well, random people from all across the internet that each are very experienced in their respective fields, and yeah, we do a lot of cool stuff that is very, very interesting. Again, fuck man, I have to stick to my vocal band.
Yeah. Take some water too, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't even help, it's just the vocal cords themselves. That's where the issue lies. You might need to rest them. That's a real thing. No, it's because I had a sickness, that's why.
I'll bring John up.
Yeah. I mean,
so disagreeable, right, Hermes? Isn't he passive-aggressive little cunt?
But, yeah, realistically, I might need to rest
People are like, rest your throat, drink some water. He's like, no, bitch!
Because normally I can power through it. It's just because I've had a cold, and it's really took me out. So...
See, he's about to fucking die, Hermes. That's why I'm creating these recordings. The fucking founder of Tesla's about to get dissolved.
Down there.
Do you think the investors are going to give a fuck? No.
Oh, yeah.
His legacy will continue on in my YouTube recordings and in his companies. He doesn't take care of himself.
Yeah, okay, we're getting a little bit of function back. Okay, a little bit of something's coming back. Yes, something's coming back a little bit. Fuck me. Fuck. Oh yeah, there we go. It's a little bit back, we back a little bit. My name is Optimus Prime. Fuck. We got that. There we go. I see Outa. My name is Optimus Prime. There we go. Fuck. Okay, so it's like it goes in waves. There we go. What a fucking annoying ass flu this is. Fuck that shit.
There we go. Got out up here.
Welcome to the stage.
So, I lived in Toronto, which is supposed to be like a Trudeau stronghold. One of the only places that allegedly votes for him for like 10 years. I've never met anybody who says that they vote for him.
Yeah, same.
Everybody here hates him.
It's mainly the Quebecois that love him, to be honest with you. They loved him at first, and then it kind of shifted and changed to, I don't know about him anymore.
Shift the Emergencies Act thing during COVID, yeah.
Yeah, that thing scared me. They were even freezing your bank account if you weren't even at the protest, but you sent like $15 to support the protest.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. To be fair, not many places are better if you become like a politically exposed person.
Yeah, it's scary, man. The stuff that Mark Andreessen was talking about, the banking sector, have you heard that?
Oh, I already knew about that stuff beforehand.
Yeah, Canada's one of the craziest places in the world, bro.
Yeah, Mark Andreessen kind of got late to the talking point because there was...
he just made it mainstream. That's what Mark Andreessen's contribution is. He just made it very mainstream.
Yeah.
There's something
because
there's one... Oh, go ahead.
I knew people that were like affected by the first Operation Choke Point. And then Operation Choke Point 2.0 was literally just targeting like all the crypto and crypto companies.
And it's a very old practice as well. Like this has been going on for a very long period of time.
Yeah.
It was just very selective at first to the point where you'd hardly ever get news of it. But like for me, I knew of one case from like 20 years ago because I read a lot of history, a lot of financial history, as a matter of fact, because I like to. I mean, it's not that I like to look at it. It is that I look at failure because it's interesting to understand where things went wrong and how they continue to go wrong. You know, there's a lot of financial nukes that are in every monetary system that if you don't know what you're doing, you'll just set off for no reason. You know, financial crisis such as 2008 is one of those exact things as an example of like, you know, a nuke in the financial system. It's a very abstract one and a very obvious one. Others are much more, you know, insidious. But realistically speaking, it's important to know these things. They're just not mainstream. Like financial crisis of 2008 and the understanding of how exactly it occurred, I think it was made a lot more mainstream after the movie than even the news tried to make it back then when it actually occurred.
Yeah, the Big Short.
The Big Short basically mainstreamed the knowledge, even though the people who literally lived through it could never understand it because legacy media is bullshit. Everything that they write about is fucking irrelevant or is suited to make some sort of effect occur. Your newspapers suck ass.
You know,
That's
when
why
that
those
guy,
journalists ever
when
get any
that
engagement
guy
on
went,
that.
when that guy went to the stripper and he was talking to the stripper, be like, your mortgage rate is gonna increase like threefold. Like I was like, yeah, this guy saw me. This guy's just like me. Can you stop moving? I'll still pay you. Bro was just trying to figure out how a stripper got 3 mortgages.
I know, that was so fucking funny. Be like, hey, we need to get the intel from the source. Let me go to the source. I literally do the same fucking shit. I do the craziest stuff, and then people ask me, so how did you figure this out? Well, I did this thing, that thing, and that thing, and that thing. Like, why? Because that was the only way? Like, what's your better idea? Oh, okay, fair enough.
Sometimes you gotta do field research.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Tell us which weird places you go to, Elon.
Fuck you. It says Elon just for a reason. Yeah.
Also,
Everybody's me now.
I was gonna say, just to touch on the Canada thing once more, since I know John's over there. Just so everybody knows, like the NYPD and the LAPD are like the two like craziest gangs of cops ever, right, bro? The Montreal police are the worst police I've ever encountered in my whole life, like by miles. Just so you know, like these cops, like, want to talk about Batman and Robin? They literally are the definition of it. Like those guys are on vigilante mode all day, all night, nonstop. Like you want cops that fight crime? Go look at PVM. Like those guys, they don't give a fuck. They will kill you where you stand.
Listen. The UK police is on another level. They won't do anything about the violent crime, but if you make a mean tweet, they'll come after you.
Oh yeah, no, that's a whole nother level. But I was gonna say, just understand the difference between America and Canada, just for people that like don't understand. The Canadian cops can kick your door down, drag you out, take you to a holding cell, throw you in there, leave you there for 48 hours, then charge you with a crime. Understand that. They don't have to give you a reason. They can just drag you the fuck out.
I mean, we kind of saw that with the Tate one, Andrew Tate stuff as well, where they haven't like charged him at all, and he's still been like on some sort of arrest for like 2 years.
Okay, in America, I always tell everybody, like, in America, just understand how good you have it. Like, they actually have to show up with a warrant. They have to have a reason to come detain you. In Canada, bro, you can get out of the shower ass naked, and they will literally drag you out. They do not care, bro.
Yeah, we don't have rights here. They need to have a warrant to search you or to enter your residence. You can be detained on reasonable suspicion, which doesn't require a warrant or quite the level that's needed for probable cause.
In Canada?
Exactly. Yeah, in Canada, yeah.
Oh.
Like, if you're walking down the street and, like, there's a robbery, like, last week, they'll just detain. Like, they don't care. They just don't care. There's no, like, oh, well, you know, he doesn't really fit the description. No, if they just don't like you, they'll just stop you.
detain you just for the shits and giggles.
SWAT, SWAT in Canada must be crazy.
Are they? I mean, I wouldn't know.
I've never seen SWAT in Canada.
Okay,
I
anyways,
have seen
I'm
the
gonna recreate this
Mounties,
one.
like the Mounties.
Wise, what do you know?
401. I've seen that.
Yeah, I'm in BC, so like, yeah, we do have some SWAT that goes on here, but it's not very often. I've seen.
No,
like,
I mean like, you know how like a lot of streamers get swatted?
Get swatted,
Oh
yes.
yeah, it doesn't happen that often here, to be honestly.
Why is that?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just like the way it's reported and stuff like that. It goes through a different process than in the States or something.
I think a lot of the people that do swatting in like, if somebody's in Canada and they're swatting from America, like, I mean, they're just gonna be like, yeah, all right, like, we'll send a unit by, and then they send one by and it looks like nothing's happening. They're probably like, nothing's going on. It's Canada, and just keep driving.
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at the time. It says nothing. I found a good meme recently. I'm going to post it eventually. By the way, Laura Cat, I sent you something I want you to look at. I want to know. Like, I want to quote post that.
I love the nothing meme.
Yeah, the nothing meme is great. But by far, I
Nothing
think my
nothing
post kind of
ever happens.
encapsulates it perfectly. And adds, oh, fuck, extends the idea of the fries, you know? But it's lies. I said, you know, it's a nothing
Oh,
burger
God.
with a side of lies and a glass of Coke.
That's a Coke.
I completed it. I fucking completed it.
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, Coca-Cola. That was a great image that he generated, by the way. It was funny as fuck.
Thanks.
The academics, like, drink of choice or something. I was like, what the fuck? This is banger. This is a banger. God, I hate it when your vocal cords
Oh
don't work
my
properly because
God.
you're fucking sick.
Oh
What
my
happened?
god. You just gave me an idea for a meme. And you could
Alright.
call it like the McDonald's academic special. It's
The
like,
McDonald's academic special. The doctorate in nothing.
Yeah. Nothing burger with a side of lies and a Coca-Cola.
Well, I already did. I already did it. A glass
We
of
kind of
Coke.
did this, yeah.
I already did it. A glass of Coke. Because you cannot say Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
You have to say, what do you say? You don't say, hey, can I have a Coca-Cola with my fucking shit? No, you say, can I have a Coke with my shit? So you have to say it like that. So you can't say a Coca-Cola. You have to say literally just Coke. That's why I said it's a burger. It's a nothing burger with a side of lies and a glass of Coke.
Depends on what language you're talking about, because I know people in other languages just call Coca-Cola.
Yeah, the mainstream is all just Coke. Even in various other places, like even in the third world, I've been to many of those places, they all fucking say Coke. They all say Coke. Or just cola.
We have a cop friend, and once he offered me Coke, and it was like, is this entrapment?
What the fuck?
Because he knows I don't drink, and we were at some event. He was like, hey, Freckle, don't worry. I've got Coke in the back of my car. And I was like, excuse me, sir. Is this entrapment?
At that point, I'm pretty sure he was more scared of you than you were of him at the... I was like, who's the Fed now? Is it you or am I?
Like, I'm about to go tell on you.
Mm-hmm.
CIA agent arrested by an FBI agent.
It's like the Spider-Man pointing at each other meme.
No, I have the exact meme for this.
What's the meme?
I'll send it to you. Okay, just sent it.
Oh yeah, I know that meme.
It's the Spider-Man meme, but there are like 5 or 6 Spider-Mans, and all of them are feds except one who's mentally ill.
Mentally ill.
Oh, yeah,
And I
I
made
have that
the-
one. Nice.
Yeah, and I made the joke that I'm both.
Jesus Christ. Where is Ian today? He seems to be relatively busy. What's Ian
Yeah,
doing?
I haven't seen him in
Where's the
chat.
miles of Ian Chung? That's all it took.
Miles of Chungus.
Ian Miles
What
Chungus.
the fuck? Miles of Chung. Wow.
So I was just in a Canadian political space, and it was elaborated that although Justin Trudeau resigned as Liberal leader, he indicated he wanted to stay as interim leader until
Yeah, he's going to stay until there's an election.
until the replacement is found. And of course, they prorogued Parliament until March 24th. So that means he's interim Prime Minister until that time as a lame duck. And apparently, even though all the other parties that indicated they were going to give a vote of non-confidence as soon as Parliament resumes, they would still need to have 57 days before an election is called, after the writ is dropped, that the election has to be called. So it's almost like Justin Trudeau is buying time for either him to run again, because there's not enough people to declare their candidacy. Like, if you want to run for the leadership, you have to indicate it within a 90-day period. And so it's kind of a real shit show.
Yeah, it's an act of genius, in fact, because so what you have is the situation where you have this bizarreness, what's happening with the country, what's happening in terms of who's leading the government, and it stalls time essentially, and it prevents this non-confidence motion that would have essentially passed and triggered an election and the dissolution of Parliament. It's left a lot of chaos, and then I think whoever the Liberals choose could possibly make some back-end deal with the NDP to perhaps keep Parliament going for a little bit longer on a supply, on supply and confidence issues. So I think it is a smart move that Trudeau did, and it's definitely going to probably extend the life of the Liberal government for just a bit longer.
And that kind of explains why Trump is sustaining his trolling and shitposting against Canada with regards to the 51st state and all that bullshit. Because so long as he sort of casts this upon the Trudeau government, that it just sort of maintains this bad light that the Liberals have while they're staying in power.
Yeah, I mean,
Good stuff. For you. For which party are you voting for?
I'm an American, so I don't vote in Canada. So I mean,
Aren't you a Canadian citizen?
Yeah, I am, but out of principle, I don't get involved in Canada. Very proud of that. But if I were to be able to vote in a hypothetical, I would definitely lean towards Maxime Bernier, because I really think that the Conservatives are just very soft on every level, and they're very tepid and lukewarm on the fact that Canada is overrun by a lot of immigration, student immigration in particular. There's a lot of crime, very, very poor vetting, and the whole country's just lost its ability to manage adequate resources and infrastructure. It's a disgrace. It needs a heavy hand, and none of the parties seem to have that.
I don't think you can put that on the Conservatives, because we've had 10 years of Liberals in power in Canada, and this
Also,
Liberal socialist coalition's just maintained this for 10 years.
Also, he's never going to win. So why not vote for the
Yeah,
party
believe
that's
it.
actually-
Well, because
I would say Pierre Believer has more of a chance.
Well, so, I mean, yeah, it's true that the Tories will probably win the election, but it's not about, who's going to win. It's about principles. And yes, it's true the Liberals and NDP screwed up the country, but the Tories, they're not very aggressive when it comes to, integrating in the country, having values that comply with the nation. They just don't seem...
I think
Yeah.
I think if as long as you don't have a system that is either ranked choice or score based, as long as you don't have a system like that, voting for quote unquote principles is only going to mean that you're going to keep on losing over and over again.
So the thing
That's
is,
the problem.
So the thing is, the Tories are slated to get a very supersized majority, and if a handful of PPC seats are brought to the Parliament, what that could do is it could complement the government with some, far right MPs, renegade MPs that are essentially keeping the government to account. And over time, it could metastasize into a very viable political movement.
I don't think it's going to work out as well as you think.
I have a lot of faith in the Canadian political system. I've seen the Bloc Québécois, for example, start as a ragtag army, and it ended up putting the Conservative government that I worked for in a position where they had to acquiesce to Quebec nationalists. I've seen the New Democratic Party, even the Green Party, actually push the Liberal government into taking more aggressive action on climate change. Fringe parties, historically speaking in Canada, have been able to move the needle on some very critical issues of the day.
Yeah, but I think the Conservatives would probably prefer to not work with Maxime, and would rather choose another party.
They would certainly not want to, given that there's a lot of bad blood between Bernie and the rest of the party leadership. But give it like 2 or 3 years, and the Tories are taking some positions to appeal to the center, and you'll have Bernie in a position where he can actually exploit that and again take up the causes that are needed and critical. I'm thinking about, for example, all of the statues that have come down in Canada, the renaming of buildings. That's something that the PPC is very adamant in restoring, and the Tories are kind of lukewarm on. There are a lot of other issues like the need for making immigration to 1990s level that the PPC has mused about. That's something that the Conservatives don't want to do. And given the climate in the country on immigration, I could see Bernie actually owning that and totally dominating and pushing the Tories to his side. There's also the issue about the French language that Bernie can easily exploit. I would not underestimate the real anger in Canada.
One thing. Andrew Tate's party just got suspended randomly.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Literally just created today. It literally didn't do anything wrong at all. Just clicked.
He formed his own party called Bruv.
Do you know what it was actually about?
British something, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
British underlying something values. It actually made sense. He actually had, he put together something pretty decent. It wasn't actually, just flim-flam.
Britain restoring underlying values.
There it is. The actual plan behind it and, what he's saying isn't wrong or anything like that. There's nothing bad about it, what he's saying.
There's no saving the UK. The UK is completely fucked.
Well, at least he's trying.
Yeah, I guess he is trying, but the UK is absolutely fucked.
I think
to fix the UK, you would also have to deport half of all the British people. But
Is this Andrew Tate speaking?
Wow.
Auta, I think I may have a verdict on the protocol discussion that we had.
Okay.
I put it in our chat, but if you want me to explain,
Let me look.
CTO.
How you doing?
I see. Do you think they will implement some system like PQ3 or no?
I hope so. But I don't think they need it like for today, right? I mean even
for
with,
today, yeah. Right
Yeah,
now,
I mean-
right now, their focus should be on making the app usable. Because
Yep.
the app kind of sucks ass. I tried to use it, it sucks ass.
Yeah, I mean, I can also expand on like why I came to that verdict. Because PQ3 by default uses something called Kyber 1024-bit encryption.
Kyber is also
And-
what Signal is using, right?
I haven't looked into that yet. But I can dig deep more. And the other interesting thing is they are using layer 3 ratchet for post-quantum components.
Uh-huh.
And then I think you already know the key rotation. So I mean, overall, like for the post-quantum stuff, I feel like iMessage is doing really, really good.
Yeah.
But in terms of like practical attacks, like if I want to compromise an iMessage, right? I mean, I don't even need to go to the post-quantum phase. That's only considering like, you know, how much computation we have, right? But I think we have like way better other attack vectors.
What's simple access post-quantum? Because I think Signal is Kyber. What's Simple X using?
Simplex is using the classical cryptographic primitives. But yeah, I hope they do.
I think they have something for quantum though as well.
Yeah, they did enhance the double ratchet, but I need to dig more. Because
I think they added something for quantum as well. I remember specifically saying that, but I don't think it was Kyber.
So in the white paper, it's mentioned that the simplex architecture is inherently resistant to practical quantum attacks. But yeah, I need to like learn how it works on how they're like doing the mitigation stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose we have a verdict now. Super interesting though.
Yeah, they have to fix a bunch of stuff, I think. Yeah.
Also, I mean, this is argumentative, but it might be easier to compromise, let's say, the iOS device and then capture the screen than compromising the actual protocol.
Yes.
I suppose that's the same issue with Signal or Simplex. Like it might be easier to compromise the device, like use a really sophisticated spyware, maybe contact organizations from Israel like NSO or something, like how they did for Pegasus, right? And then get the device access and then view what's happening on the screen. Maybe even
root access.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just the other thing is we don't know how much they have verified, like the PQ3 that Apple released. There is no public audit reports. They haven't really said like who has audited this. So it's all a black box on what they're actually doing. And yeah, I mean, it's more like, trust me, bro, we have implemented it very securely. Just to add, Simplex is being audited by Trail of Bits.
Yeah, it's been audited twice. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a very reputed security auditing firm.
Yeah. convo deck.
Sorry, didn't.
The convo is dead.
Sorry, didn't mean to derail the conversation.
It's all good.
I'm doing a little reading here. Doing a little research for a little trolling.
We do a little trolling.
Yes, massively so.
Yeah, fuck you, Adrian.
Why is that?
No reason, I just want to say that.
Well, fuck you too. Yeah. I always use that as an example. I always do that. It's like, hey man, by the way, we're not offensive at all. We're offensive to each other. Hey, by the way, Ada, fuck you. I always do that. I've like my history of throwing this guy under the bus is fucking incredible.
Imagine being German.
And I need to imagine there's another part of me that I can't say, otherwise things get worse. I sometimes feel like I should, you know, just because it's funny. But yeah, let's just say irony is very powerful, and it exists in. It's like how time works, you know. Except that it's everywhere at the same time, and you really cannot imagine what you'll end up with all at once. So it just kind of exists. And then there you go, here you go. There's the bullshit. Oh fuck, I just realized I left the unverified comments on. I was like wondering, what are these weird replies? By the way, like leaving verified, like doing verified only is actually quite good. I've tried this, like it depends. Because like people have been attacking me for a while with some basic spam. I'm gonna lift it eventually. But at first I'm gonna keep it like that. So I left the replies on for like a little bit just to see if there's some spam.
Do you find the unverified are bots? Like a percentage of them?
Yes. Because some of them are just weird.
Still has a bot problem, or are these bots that are just still?
Every platform has a bot problem. Like it's a normal thing. It just is. It's about minimizing the bot problem, effectively to none, if possible. Right. So in this case, there's actually less bots on this platform than there are on other platforms, and you can tell this by the type of engagement that you get. So, yeah, it's wicked.
But is it okay if they actually be transparent and say this is an automated bot account and then we get feeds from ABC and this is what we are?
I mean, you can set that for yourself. Yes, you can literally set that for yourself. This is an automated account. You can literally set that for yourself. Here, check this out, you guys. Look at this. This is fantastic. They chose the perfect image as well. Like, this is absolutely fantastic. Bruh. That is so stupid, isn't it? Isn't that funny? I think that's funny, personally.
It works perfectly, yeah.
Hang on, let me, there we go. I still have to reply to some people. I have a lot of DMs. Jesus Christ. Oh, he's requested? You let Ian up.
Roger, Roger. Yeah, there he is.
Nice.
I snapped my finger and now you all forget I am Elon Musk.
Oh, lol. But I didn't hear the snap of the finger. So no, you shall always remember and forget that I am or am not. Boom.
Shit.
It is one of those things.
Yeah, it is definitely one of those things, yes. Honestly, I think that the creator of the concept that is a meme needs to create an entirely new category for this, because I don't think there is any example in history that can perfectly explain what the fuck this is. Like, I don't think there is a way to explain this. There is not a singular term or like style of meme that this is. It's something new. It's something actually new. It's a unique thing. God, Ian, what the fuck have you been posting? What the fuck is this shit? The fat people dancing. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, I know. I was asleep while that went up because it was scheduled. So.
Oh, I was wondering. Yeah. Because you weren't around. I was like, oh, hey, what's up with this guy's probably still asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I queue up stupid shit sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, so when the stupid shit comes out, you're not actually there? Gotcha.
Yep. That's right. So what did I miss?
Nothing really.
Just talking about Canada, Justin Trudeau resigning, stuff like that.
Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah.
I was around for that. Yeah.
Imagine you just like wake up and you're like, oh wow, shit, the prime minister just resigned. Fuck.
That was wild.
Prime
Yeah,
Minister,
anyone.
he just
I
resigned.
actually woke up. I woke up kind of late, but I woke up and then I opened up X, and the first thing that popped up on my feed was that he resigned.
Mm-hmm. Did he resign as prime minister or as party leader? Forget.
Both.
Party leader. No, he's still a prime
He's
minister.
interim prime minister now.
Yeah.
He remains as interim prime minister until such time that they find a replacement.
Yeah.
So it could be for months.
Yeah, it's lame. It's really lame. It's like he's
Those
clean.
fuckers have gone yet. Wow.
Yeah, and the best part is that Trudeau's going to be around kicking, and he's going to basically be able to stack the Senate. He could put a bunch of bureaucrats in there. He can put some plum appointments, patronage appointments, like his father did. Same story. It's great.
Yeah, no, he can appoint some senators. It's kind of a crappy situation, actually.
Yeah, his father, the senior, he actually filled the Senate with all his best buddies and friends, and it was just totally ridiculous. And then in the succeeding election, what ended up happening is that the Tories won with a very overwhelming majority, and they had to deal with all these liberal senators who were put in by Trudeau the Elder, and it basically brought real dysfunctionality to the Canadian government.
They were changing the legislation after it had been passed.
Yeah,
maybe Canada needs some
and then
freedom.
just basically rewriting it.
Yeah, exactly. And Mulroney wanted a free trade agreement with the United States, and the Canadian Senate, which was, I believe, liberal majority, halted it, and they were like, no, you need to go to the polls over this. And that led to Mulroney having to do an election, and it's crazy. And I'm thinking, my God, Trudeau's going to probably do the same thing. He's going to make life miserable for successor.
Essentially, you can sabotage the whole thing.
Exactly. I'll just be frank. I don't think Polyev is very strong in terms of his support in the country, and especially amongst the rank and file. When President-elect Trump suggested Wayne Gretzky, I thought that was a really good idea. He's a national symbol. He's definitely one to make a legacy. Very well known.
Wayne Gretzky is even a political animal.
He is, and he is conservative. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Why doesn't he run?
He should. I think when president
He lives in Arizona. That's the.
yeah, well, he could definitely make it happen. He should definitely run. Even Kevin O'Leary would be really good. Someone very.
Kevin O'Leary would be fine. Yeah, I like Kevin.
Yeah.
O'Leary tried. I think he's still paying his campaign debt.
Yeah, but I'm sure Trump would support him. I mean, the thing is, like, Polyev is a good guy. Don't get me wrong, and the people in the conservative headquarters are very fabulous. It's just that I feel like the Canadians could do a little bit better. No disrespect to Polyev, I just feel like they could use someone who is like a very major change agent, like a historical figure, a unifying figure, because that's how the country can recover, right? If they can build like a long legacy of leaders, or have like the political capital. Like Wayne Gretzky is so well respected across the board, left, right, center. He would have the political reservoir to get anything really passed and done. And I'm thinking about all the systematic changes that need to be done in Canada. I think Gretzky could get it done easily.
By the way, Mike, Mozilla confirms that they have an existential threat from the ban on Google default search deals.
I told you so.
Yeah. No, I already knew.
Can you explain what that means?
Basically, the entire web is basically three web rendering engines, right? So as of now, what?
There's WebKit, right? WebKit.
Yeah, WebKit is Apple's
Chromium.
one. Yes.
Yeah, WebKit, Chromium, and whatever the fuck Mozilla makes.
Gecko. Gecko is the Mozilla one. That's the one from Firefox. WebKit is the one from Apple. It kind of sucks, to be honest. So, in reality, your only two choices are Chromium and Gecko. And for Gecko, Gecko is, you have Firefox, you have Tor, you have Mulvad, you have Zen. Those are all Gecko browsers. And then for Chromium, you have Google Chrome, you have Brave, you have Microsoft Edge, you have Vivaldi, you have Opera, basically everything else. And then Apple stuff is Safari, which uses WebKit. So in reality, you pretty much only have two options, right? You have Google, or you have Mozilla. And Mozilla is not a company; it's a non-profit, and pretty much all of their money came from Google giving them a massive deal, hundreds of millions of dollars every year, to be the default search engine on Firefox. And since the FTC, or was it? Actually, it might have been the DOJ. So I think it was the DOJ. Since the DOJ has basically said that these deals are illegal and monopolistic, and they're going to stop Google from doing them, it could potentially mean that Mozilla lose all of their money, all the money that they use to keep Gecko running.
Auta, I think you covered all the major points, but I just wanted to add there is one more independent engine that's coming up.
Ladybird.
Yes.
That's not even a good comparison, because Ladybird won't be out for at least half a decade.
Yeah.
So I don't even think it's worth bringing it up as of now.
But they are planning the alpha version by 2026.
I know, but that's alpha. That's not even a beta.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So I doubt they're even going to be out by like at least 5-6 years.
I mean, just adding to that, I think Chromium is still the most secure web engine right now, like compared to everything else.
On Android, yes.
Well, even on desktop.
No,
So, I understand.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I
then you're talking about defaults, I think.
Yes, but also there are so many architectural flaws when it comes to Gecko.
Yeah, but it can be made significantly more secure. That's why Molvat and Tor use Gecko.
Yep, fair enough. So there is also Firefox Focus on mobile. It's not as bad as the default Firefox that we have on mobile.
On iOS, by the way, it doesn't actually make a difference. Everything on iOS uses Safari.
Yeah, the WebKit.
Yeah.
The content blocking is very different for different browsers, even on iOS. And also there is like various levels of third-party blocking trackers and stuff like that. For example, Safari has this intelligent tracker blocking capability, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is no way close to what Brave is doing. On this is on iOS. I mean, they are doing way better than Chrome.
Ideally, you would be using a uBlock origin, but yeah.
On iOS we can't have. It's tricky.
Anyway, point is, basically, as of now, the entire web is being controlled by Google, and they're gonna try to get Chromium to be like a separate company, Chrome to be a separate company, which means that whoever basically controls that company is probably gonna have a monopoly, which is why this is such a dumb take, because they're gonna effectively be turning the browser market into a monopoly.
When legislation backfires, they want to end a monopoly, but in doing so, they're actually creating one because, the legislators don't seem to understand that Google doesn't actually have a monopoly. It's quite fairly paying people for their, interests. Christ.
I haven't used many Google services in years, though.
Me neither. I just use Google because it's, just the default, but at this point, you don't really need it.
Google sucks ass right now.
It does, yeah. I hope they can go back to what they used to be. They're still a fantastic service underlining it. They're not, yeah. I know.
I'd recommend
advertising too much money.
I'd recommend using other things.
I think you guys touched on a common misperception about monopolies. Like being an industry leader or being dominant in a market doesn't necessarily make it a monopoly, or at least not in a monopoly. If there's collaboration, collusion, price fixing, that sort of thing, that's when you're pushing up against the legal boundaries.
Yeah, Google just provides good services for free. But I guess you could argue that it's providing all of those services at a loss, right? Because the search is making them so much money that they can subsidize all these other services.
I mean, the distinctions
would be illegal.
The distinctions between an economic monopolist, which they are, versus an unlawful monopolist, which they may or may not be. So, I mean, the term.
I mean, I would argue for everything other than search, they probably are an illegal monopoly. Because they're subsidizing a lot of services which wouldn't be free otherwise with their search engine.
I mean, but I don't think that alone makes you an illegal monopoly. The question is whether you engage in unfair, and I'm not an antitrust lawyer by any stretch of the imagination. So, that's
my understanding is, at least previously, I don't know if this was struck down or something like that. At some point, it was illegal to purposefully provide a service for less than it cost to make, like unprofitably, just to have market share.
But I think if you're doing it,
Ooh.
there's a legitimate business purpose. It's one thing. If you're doing it so as to drive a competitor completely out of business, it's another one, right? And so it's a really weird competition law is one of those weird things where it's not. It's one of those areas where things are not very clear cut, and each side usually has really good arguments. Not all the time, but sometimes. Each side will have really good arguments one way or the other.
I mean, you could argue Google has been doing that though, right? So they literally had these terms with Android phone makers to where they couldn't include anything other than the Google Play Store, because if they did Google Play Services and Google Play Store, because if they did, they would permanently lose access to Google Play Services and Google Play Store on Android.
Well, I mean, Apple does the same thing, and they've managed.
Yeah, but
Apple.
Yeah,
makes their own phones.
But Apple makes the difference is that Apple makes their own phones, and Apple has a closed system. So Google actually, it's very interesting. Google actually lost one of the cases to Epic, while Apple won theirs, because as a closed system, Apple ultimately had, the court argued that Apple ultimately has control over what they want their operating system to do. But because Google actually made their operating system more open with Android, they actually have to leave the system more open. They can't, it's like actively being anti-competitive.
They can't do a bait and switch. Yeah, they can't do a bait and switch with their OS. Because that was what they were trying to do. This is how they were, making money in the first place to get market share, and that was illegal. It's like, hey, here's a free product. It's a free OS, guys. Come on, come check it out. And by the way, if you don't put a Google Play Store in there as your only product, we're gonna cut you down. It's like, nah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, nah, this is bullshit. Yeah.
Exactly.
That would be an illegal monopoly. Microsoft did the same thing back in the day. Remember the browsers? They would essentially do the exact same thing. So there was a lot of precedent there, and courts can very easily, very quickly put this sort of thing down, because if you let it go out of control, then you have a single company.
And then it actually, Microsoft actually, the case got thrown out on a technicality. They had completely lost their case, but it got thrown out just on a technicality.
Yeah, they were going to be split in two, right? They're going to have the court had almost decided that. That's what everyone was predicting. And then, technicality killed it. But Microsoft, regardless, they
but
still
sometimes
it is.
The Microsoft case is an example of something called bundling, where basically a company that's dominant in one industry will sell two or more products together to consumers to buy them all. And so that is usually what will get you in trouble. If you're offering free additional services, I'm not sure that would necessarily constitute a monopoly, because you're not profiting off of it. Although if there were, depending on what the impact on the market was overall, there might still be issues.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of why when you, even now, right, when you install you put a new installation of Windows on it, they ask you first if you want to download Microsoft Office 365. They don't just automatically put it in the system, right? They have to ask you if you want to do this, and there's a whole procedure where you have to sign up for it. I think previously it would have been a lot easier for them to just bundle it in like they did with with Internet Explorer back in the day.
Yeah.
But now they get to collect subscription fees for your license to use the product on a monthly basis. So.
Yeah. This is their little workaround, because imagine, I think they'd prefer it personally. I mean, I don't know anyone at Microsoft who actually knows this stuff. I don't know executives there, but I bet you they would prefer it if they could just simply install it onto your PC without it even asking you, without a subscription fee. If they had to do a trade-off, I think not having to compete against Google Docs or any of these other services, that some of which are free, would be so much more beneficial for Microsoft if they could, by default, have MS Word installed into your computer. But the courts, I don't think, will allow that, because that again is bundling. probably for the best.
Yeah, so let's see what Ladybird does.
What's Ladybird? For
It's a new web engine that's being built.
Fun weekend,
Who's making it?
Independent people.
Okay.
They have backing from Shopify and a few other companies.
Nice. I like Shopify. Those are good guys.
Yeah. And they're focused on like more sustainable development. But making a web engine is a very, very, very difficult task.
Yeah.
It's like one of the most difficult tasks on Earth to do. So, especially one that works well, it has to be like, compliant with all the web standards. That's the part that makes it difficult, right? It's not the actual like making the actual web engine that can process the web. That part's not the difficult part. The difficult part is that we as humans have made a complete fucking mess. And the web browsers have to actually deal with all the fucking mess. And
when you say mess, what do you mean exactly?
Like we have all these fucking tools on the web. You know, you've got
trackers, ads.
Oh yeah. No, more than that as well. You've got like JavaScript, you've got TypeScript, you've got all these web frameworks, you've got CSS, you've got jQuery, you've got these web standards. You've got Google Widewine. You've got all of this bullshit. Tons and tons of bullshit. I think I was watching a video about Ladybird, and they said they have to meet like 100 million standards to be like a functional web browser. So it's not actually like making a web browser that works. That's difficult. It's the fact that you're dealing with a mess that humans have created.
Wasn't HTML5 supposed to fix all of this?
No.
No?
HTML.
I mean,
how's HTML5 going to fix any of this?
I mean, wasn't that supposed to... Okay. I was under the impression a long time ago, so feel free to correct me. I was under the impression that it was supposed to be like a standardized thing where they would incorporate all of these different languages and therefore...
No. HTML is literally just a tool for you to embed like text and images.
Okay.
Right? It doesn't really do much else. And that's CSS for your styling, and then JavaScript for code execution. That's basically how it works.
Are there any efforts to, combine all of these different programming languages and services that you mentioned?
There's an attempt to create solution. There's an attempt of something called WebAssembly, where you could write in like whatever programming language you want on Earth.
Yep.
And then you could compile it into WebAssembly, and you could basically have like a full-on app that has like native performance on a browser.
Nice.
Right. So you could compile like a full fucking game in theory. If this is accomplished properly, you could compile like a full fucking game. Or full fucking like Photoshop or Premiere Pro or Avid Media or whatever, and you could run it off the web browser. But that still has a lot of work to do.
But
so if you could implement WebAssembly using Rust, that could be like one of the best, because the performance will also be like really, really good. But one interesting thing is WebAssembly is being blocked by iOS on lockdown mode. So you can, I don't know why they do that.
Probably because it's not finished yet. WebAssembly still has a long way to go. But yeah, that's something that's being attempted. You could also use Flutter. And no, I'm not talking about coming in one. So that's also.
What? What the fuck? What do you mean by that?
I have no idea how that just took a left turn.
Do you know about
Wrong turn, the sequel.
Do you know about the Isla girl, the fucking girl that doesn't shower?
Yeah.
So she's famous for like making these stupid graphs. And like in one of them that actually like went super viral, it's like it had like Cayman Fluffer. She hosted some sort of sex party or some bullshit like that. I don't know, and I made like a whole ass graph about it. And then like I guess some people came in a fluffer, and she just posted that. Anyway, either way.
Just extreme degeneracy.
Yeah. Either way. Yeah. That's not a fluffer, it's Flutter. So Flutter is this thing made by Google, where it uses the Dart programming language, and you could basically make an app or whatever in Flutter using Dart, and it would be able to run on the browser, it would be able to run on a phone, it would be able to run on a desktop. Basically, like one code base for all.
Makes sense.
By the way, if you all haven't already, make sure to quote post the space with join the conversation so more people can in fact see that it is live.
Oh my god.
We'll do that
right now. People are DMing me thinking I'm Andrew for some reason. Anyway.
Andrew Tate pretended to be you.
Since you mentioned it, he's running for office or whatever. I don't think he's very serious, and I don't think the British public will accept him.
Yeah, he did it under this vote, bruv, and then the account that was made as a result of that got suspended. So that's interesting.
Someone's asking me if X will ever go public again.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
It doesn't make any sense. Like you'd lose all control over it. And I think the world in which such a thing would happen is one that is not here yet.
Yep.
And it's not going to be for a very long time.
I would say minimum 20 years.
No, dude. It gets worse. Look, there is going to be backpedaling of all kinds of things. One of the things that I would highly encourage people to be aware of is the new bird flu stuff that's coming out. They're going to make everybody super panicked about that. Okay?
Did you see in China?
And they're going to bring the mask mandate suggestion dog shit back. So, yeah.
Did you see in China, apparently parents are panicking because some sort of outbreak happened, and this time it's affecting kids, not adults.
So here's the thing about stuff you see out of China. It's not being released by the Chinese government. I know a lot of people love to say this is a Chinese psyop, but in fact, it's people opposed to the Chinese government that are blowing it out of proportion. The same thing happened in 2020 where
I don't know, man. If you look at historically, every single one of the worst diseases that came out has been out of China, right?
Oh my god!
Fucking Spanish flu. The Spanish flu was Chinese. It came out of China.
That's because they have a lot of bats there. That's just it. It's not even so much that people say it's a wet markets or something. It's like, guys, do you realize how dirty Europe was back in the day? It's because they have a lot of bats there, and if you go inside one of those caves, you're going to essentially disturb the population there. They're going to come out and they're going to spread whatever fucking weird diseases to local animals, and then you end up eating the local animals. That's how you get sick.
Yeah, but if you look at like historically though, like all the world's worst like diseases came from China, right? Spanish flu came from China. The Black Death came from China.
Yeah, we know.
And then obviously the one that destroyed everyone's life here, COVID, came from China.
China.
Yeah.
China.
But yeah, no, speaking about the disregarding the propaganda you're seeing on X or anywhere else about any weird Chinese viruses. It is being spread mostly by anti-Chinese forces, and I'm not talking about Americans who are spreading it. I'm talking about people, perhaps in China, who are opposed to the Chinese government and want to weaken it. This is the same thing that happened in 2020, where we saw a lot of videos of Chinese people fainting in public, collapsing from COVID. And a lot of people, nowadays will say, oh, those videos were fake. They were put out by the Chinese government. Actually, that's not true. Those people were in fact fainting.
Yeah, but you have to also realize that in 2020, actually 2019, in 2019, the Chinese government literally hid this shit.
Yeah. I'm not even referring to that. I'm just referring to the effect of it, right? So the reason why people were collapsing is because those cities like Wuhan have pretty bad pollution, and most people there are chain smokers. So when they're affected by, say, the flu, they will in fact faint. It's just the reality of living in a polluted environment, right? So these videos were disseminated by anti-Chinese forces. Like Epoch Times is particularly notorious for putting this stuff out. I'm not saying they're like a fake organization.
You mean the Epoch Times?
Yeah, Epoch Times, Epoch Times. I don't know how to pronounce it, right?
I think
they ran these stories. There were a lot of accounts, a lot of anti-Chinese Chinese accounts that push this stuff out. Yeah, they made the Chinese government look really bad.
It makes sense
the world
the
to
Epoch Times would be against China though, because they're Falun Gong.
Funded by the Falun Gong. Yeah, the Falun Gong put this stuff out, makes the Chinese government look really bad, because then China has to deal with the ramifications of other countries being mad at them, essentially.
Yeah.
But what happened was the response to it worldwide was insane, right? It just sort of exploded. It went beyond, out of proportion. And that's why we had all the COVID lockdowns, because, the Chinese government cracks down on viruses pretty drastically in ways that perhaps don't make a lot of sense, right? Like, for instance, locking people in their homes. That's a thing that they actually did.
Yeah, they did the zero
the rest of the world sees
lockdown.
Yeah, the rest of the world sees it, and it's like, we should do the same thing, which is like the opposite lesson of what you should be doing. You probably shouldn't be doing that, right? It's not scientific. It is just a response that they do.
China in general has a lot of problems with things working well in theory and then doesn't work in real life. Like they had the simulation where 100% of the time when there was a pandemic simulation where they were testing their response to a pandemic, it worked out well.
Yeah.
Right, but obviously we know that it did not work out well in real life, right? Because people are like, when you're doing a simulation, right, you already know you're not going to get in trouble if you do the right thing. But with China, because China has this problem where they always punish the people on the lowest level, the Chinese Communist Party will do some shit, and they fuck something up majorly. The first instincts of the Chinese CCP is to go and blame some local politician and then give him a death penalty or put him in prison, even though he wasn't to blame whatsoever. So when you have that sort of system, it makes it impossible for things to be done properly.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they have a lot of corruption that got.
Do we really think that they've got the political capital to do that again? Because if they tried to lock me in my house again, the answer this time is last time was okay, do it for the team, and then after 2 months you're all right, this is stupid, and we had to claw it all the way back. I think if they tried to do that again, there'd be a general uprising. There are too many people alive now, and I know people who are smart people who are worried about the bird flu thing, right? So it's not just I don't know what to think because I'm not an expert.
I have an ideal scenario, and maybe people don't want to hear it, but it's kind of a scary, fun scenario. Scary and fun. What if, obviously the U.S. is not going to do it. It's super unpopular. There's no political capital to do any sort of lockdowns like this, and I think much of the world is the same way. But what if they tried this in the UK? Okay?
Ooh, oh shit.
Yeah, right?
Dude, that's going to be disastrous, man. That's going to be insane.
I kind of hope that happens.
They treat us as
necessary. I'm kind of hoping that happens. I'm kind of hoping, because it would it would create the right circumstances for true regime change to happen, a popular uprising in which people are like, no, fuck this shit, right? That would be so ideal if they were to do that. I think in the U.S. it would end up falling on local jurisdictions. Like,
By the way, Adrian,
we wouldn't see a federal any kind.
Adrian, I'm gonna send you something.
Blue states, you'd probably see some. Like where I live, I'm sure you would. And even in other states, you might see local jurisdictions implementing mandates. So yeah, we live in a federalist system, and there are going to be different laws at different levels depending on where you're at.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What fucking disgusting bullshit is this?
Yeah.
What you talking about?
Someone's running a scam using Adrian's name.
Hey, Laura, can I send it to you? Is there a way that somebody can take this down?
Do I want to click this link? And yes, absolutely.
Do I want to take...
Make sure you're using a VPN.
Yes.
Yep. Actually, don't even click on it, honestly. Because if it's a spear phishing attack, it will instantly just get all your shit.
Let's
do not click on it. I recommend clicking links.
So
since
it has $48,000 liquidity.
That's disgusting. Imagine the degeneracy that this is. Wow.
It has a market cap of 142,000.
Wow. Whoever bought this shit is an idiot.
Yeah, 293 people have bought
Like
it.
whoever buys into these bullshit scams, like deserve to lose their money, because this is some fucking absolute bullshit. Like people need to understand what is wrong with people, legitimately. It's like, oh hey, we have a bit of money, we're gonna do the get rich quick scheme. There is no get rich quick scheme. It doesn't exist.
It exists if you're the guy creating it. In which case,
It only exists if you're basically taking somebody else's shit at a disproportionate rate to their utility, which means you're basically it's a fancy way of saying you're stealing someone's shit.
Ponzi scheme. That's what it is.
The creator will hold like 99% of it and then dump on everybody who buys, basically.
You know what's ironic is everyone knows what a Ponzi scheme is and how it works. Well, most people do, at least the people who are buying into Ponzi schemes, but they will lie to themselves and say, it may be a Ponzi scheme, but I could be one of the early ones. I could easily run away with everyone else's money.
Everybody thinks they're early. Let me tell you, you're not.
You're late. Yeah.
There's
what happened with the whole Schwa coin.
There's a post I really love. Let me find it.
I just wanted to add something real quick.
Alright, hold on.
I mean, it's been...
Just a reminder, just a gentle reminder. By the time alpha meaning like information that you can use to make a ton of money. So like if you find something and you think you're early, right?
I'll explain to you how it works. You basically have a bunch of people that make the scam, including the person that develops the fucking thing that is the contract, and then they put it out there. But before they really announce it, they have a bunch of people that they get in that then get an allocation. These people are put into a group that's called the KOL group, which I'm pretty sure many of you might have heard. Now, if anyone has done any research on crypto and how that scam all works out, then they will know these exact terms, and that's where that's from. So what that happens is those people are normally influencers. So they then have all these influencers have their own dedicated Telegram channels. And by the way, that's why all those weird crypto people share telegrams, because they want to get all of their followers in a Telegram group chat instead of releasing it straight on the X platform. And so what then happens is they then shill this to all of their people in the Telegram group. They buy in, and then those people who bought in, the majority of which then shill on any platform the crypto itself, at which point the KOL at any given moment will sell their position.
Yeah, so
that's how it works. It is a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, so this post says, just a gentle reminder, by the time alpha trickles down on your Twitter feed and through your optic nerve, you've been front run, back run, orbed, MEV, GIT'd, exit liquidated, dumped on, bodied, got it. Don't act on sad information for the short term. Save some money.
Yeah, it's absolute bullshit. Yeah, and that's only explaining like what I was just explaining. That is just the part of the bullshit that is normal. We don't even want to get into stuff like MEV. Like trading in general on Ethereum is dog shit. It's a nightmare. It's an absolute fucking nightmare. I know this shit because I did a lot of research into how crypto works because I wanted to understand how viable it actually is for the future. And that is the moment that I realized that the majority of it is absolute bullshit and is not viable for anything other than to die. That's it. Personal opinion. So, and I know a lot of people from the crypto side are going to get mad at me for saying this. Well, I'm like, hey, then perhaps next time you should reach out to all your friends and such and tell them not to fucking use my name, my fucking profile picture as a means by which you can scam people en masse. Because fuck you for that. You don't get to be angry. I get to be angry, and I get to shit on you as much and in as a spectacular fashion as I choose. Right? That's how this fucking works. I'm not the person who's like spamming people's replies with tickers that lead to goddamn fucking scams. I don't do shit like that. But I do sure as hell get to talk massive fucking smack about anyone who does. Because if you do it to me and, try to inundate my community with this bullshit, well, yeah, I'm gonna have something to say about that motherfucker. Either way. Oh yeah, by the way, let me check my replies. If there's any crypto tickers, I'm gonna block each and every last one of them. I don't care. Zero mercy.
Adrian, I'm gonna send you this guy. He's the one that runs our website.
There's some very interesting things happening on the timeline right now. The whole day, I'm just like catching up.
Adrian, check the person I sent you on X.
Have you seen Thomas Massey going to war with Republican influencers?
Thomas Massey is such a treasure. He's such a gift to the United States. I have seen him going to war with the GMP establishment, but the guy, if you just dust off and look into his background, went to MIT, ran a robotics company, had an exit. He built his own house with his bare hands, cuts his own wood, powers his house with the solar panels that are hooked up to a Tesla Model S, has a robot chicken coop that allows his chickens to wander around while being protected from predators and still be free range because it just follows them around his yard. I mean, he builds it all himself. The guy is he's such a gift to the country and exactly what you want in Congress.
I love what he said. He said, "Who are the most retarded paid influencers on this platform? Does anyone else compete with cat poop and DC drainage for this title?" And they got super mad at him for that one. I have nothing against Drano, but Drano called him out, and Thomas responded with, because Drano said, "Nobody pays me," and Thomas responded with, quote, "Nobody pays me," and then he says, "You personally took COVID bailout money from taxpayers." Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah, and he links to the PPP tracker, which shows that Drano took money from COVID bailouts. Jesus Christ! Wow, that is just.
That's insane. That's crazy work.
Yeah, he was ready. He was ready for it.
Yeah, I just thought of saying that if you see a crypto scam, please don't click on the link. And the VPN doesn't exactly help here because it can only obfuscate your IP address. If they have a malicious exploit, it is going to get executed on your endpoint, and there's nothing you can do about it if you click on it. But if you plan to click on it, I would say click in a virtual environment like a container or a virtual box or something. Yeah, that's it.
It's nice to see that the anger against Keir Starmer has not diminished over the past day.
Why would it?
It's a funny accusation with like people saying, oh, the billionaires shouldn't get involved with certain stuff, but then like fucking Bill Gates gets involved with the British government, nobody bats an eye. It's like, wow. It's almost like as if you are super biased and don't care about the concept, you just care about the fact that there's one individual that is doing this because you disagree with them politically. Ooh. Fucking pathetic.
It's the same with George Soros.
You know what the dumbest thing in the world is I've recently seen? Here's the thing. Here's a funny thing. I've seen a German Ukraine supporter complaining about Elon, complaining about the British and what's happening, the British government and what's happening in England right now. Get this. This individual is saying this because it's supposedly, something that a foreigner from that perspective shouldn't get involved in. I'm like, hang on a second, is this a fucking German, based in Germany, Ukraine supporter, allegedly, that is complaining about someone in America?
Oh, by the way,
what's going on here?
Meta appoints UFC CEO Dana White and 2 others to its board of directors.
That's good.
Yeah, I've seen that.
This is a positive move. But no, yeah, what you were saying, it's rather quite ironic when you have a Finnish pro-Ukraine person living in Germany complaining about Elon Musk influencing European politics, when all these idiots are doing is promoting, certain viewpoints. They want to push Olaf Scholz, for example. I have no love for him, but they're trying to bully him into, changing his German policy in favor of their views. It's absurd.
Have you seen the meme that's like the average the average Greek person and Turkish person arguing which of their countries is better from their apartment in Berlin?
Yes, yeah.
The magazine, online magazine, IM 1776, called for the all-out invasion of Britain by the United States earlier today.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Wait, what? What is that?
IM 1776. It's a right-leaning online magazine, and it basically said that
that's from the U.S.
Yeah, it's from the U.S. And they said that the British government has lost all legitimacy, and that it's in the interest of the United States to ensure that it doesn't become a sort of jihadi island in the North Atlantic with nuclear weapons, and therefore we should invade immediately.
That is actually a very good argument, because Britain is a nuclear superpower, and unlike Pakistan, they just don't have a reign over this shit. Pakistan say what you will about the country, but they do have a reign over their Islamists, which is why they're all, flocking to the UK, where there is no legislation to stop them from pushing an extremist ideology. Stuff that's actually banned in Pakistan is allowed in the UK. It's taught in British schools. That is the big problem.
Yeah, they should take France as well while they're on it.
Oh my god.
At least the French know how to rein in their bullshit, even and like even they say like the fucking jihadis are not coming from France, they're coming from other countries, which is actually true. Like when you saw the Charlie Hebdo shooting, they didn't come from France. They were not French people that did that. It was Belgians who did that.
I don't know what was the consequence of the Notre Dame building burning down.
No one knows. Nobody knows.
Nothing happened.
Well, they claim it was an accident, right? They claim it was a workplace fire that started it. I don't know how much I believe of that.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally don't think that was the case, but again, it's
I don't know. If you're gonna talk about like taking countries because they have nukes, you might as well take France as well.
Yeah, well, fair enough. But who really wants France, though, is the question. Nobody wants France.
This
when the Russians invaded it after the counter-invasion, they were like, fuck off, we don't want you.
Yeah, this is what you do, right? Since they've already talked about, taking Canada, you take Canada, you take Panama, you take Greenland, and then after that, you take the UK, and then you separate Quebec from the rest of Canada, and you give that to you give France to Quebec.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have no choice. You have to.
Yeah, you separate Quebec from the rest.
The Quebecois will literally revolt if they have to speak English.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't give Quebec to the French. You give the French to the Quebec. just to piss them off. Just to piss them off.
You know what? Did you see Elon's reply to Jeremy Corbyn? So, Jeremy Corbyn, who, if you're not aware, was the former leader of the Labour Party, right? And he said, billionaires should not own social media, billionaires should not own newspapers, billionaires should not control our politics. A free media is a democratic media, a public good that is owned and run by us all. And then Elon replied, should too.
I saw that, yeah.
The man gives no fucks when it comes to these fucking leftist politicians. He really just doesn't care, because fuck them. There's no point in playing nice with these people. They're fucking communists, and they need to be put in their place.
The fucking worst of all are the ones that like bring like parents in from like extremely irresponsible parents. You know, and that like their something bad happened to their child, and they're like, look into the eyes of this irresponsible parent and tell them, apologize. You know, I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? It would, like, the story is like, if you listen to it carefully enough, it's very clear the parents were at fault here. And you're trying to get like the social media side to apologize. Why not take some fucking accountability?
100%. Yeah, I just posted something about the CES thing. What's happening at CES? Anything interesting?
Nothing you wanna buy.
No, of course not. But it's a keynote. The keynote is with NVIDIA's founder and CEO, Jensen Huang. I think we should definitely listen to that. You know, I think that's pretty important of listening to. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Let's see, what is he saying?
At the moment, a grand sum total of fuck all. Yes. Just kidding. Yeah, Jensen is not speaking right now. It's somebody else. But I believe we will get into it at some point.
Oh my god.
What happened?
Someone just fucking DM'd me some shit.
Like what? And what is this shit? Yeah, I don't know. It's in suspense.
It's basically some bullshit about promoting some cryptocurrency.
Go fuck yourself. Yeah, that's not really worth it.
Block that.
Yeah, that's not worth an oh shit.
Hey, do you want to promote our shitcoin? We'll give you $200 a week. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, no thanks. $200 a week. Get the fuck out of here. Why are people taking this Enron stuff seriously? It's clearly a joke. Exactly. What the fuck is... What are people doing? You're like, oh my god, Enron is back. No,
also, do you think I live in Somalia or something? What the fuck? $200? What the fuck am I going to do with $200 a week?
Hey, you could drink at Starbucks for like, you know, like have like 3 drinks there. Yeah, you could get like three coffees there for $200, you know.
Barely fills up one car.
Yeah.
I founded a shitcoin.
$200 a week wouldn't even cover my insurance. What the fuck?
I founded a marmot-themed shitcoin. It remains my greatest achievement in crypto.
Wait, what?
I started a shitcoin once. I was bored,
wow.
and so on a very obscure network I'm not going to name, lest I be accused of being a shitcoiner, I created 100 marmot coins, and I basically told people that if they donated $100 to the Marmot Recovery Foundation, that's marmots.org/donate if anyone's interested. They do conservation work for these cute little fuzzy animals that live on Vancouver Island in Canada. And if they either did that or put a Marmot cuddly toy in a toy bin for needy children, I would send them 1 Marmot coin. And so that was like, so a bunch of people did it. It was fun. And now I think they're trading at like $3 or $4 grand a piece, which is pretty entertaining.
By the way, someone else is asking another question. Are the lessons learned from developing FSD, is it speeding up the development of Optimus? And how far ahead the Chinese took development of human? This person is clearly lacking proper grammar, but you get the point.
Yeah, the Chinese are nowhere on that front. They like literally don't have a position that I'm aware of. As for the learning of whatever is powering Optimus and whatever is powering FSD, I'm not sure which is outpacing which, because I just simply don't have that kind of intel. You'd have to like know something very concrete about Optimus, which I don't. So yeah, and the people who do know something concrete about Optimus, that's yeah, they're not going to tell you shit.
There's like extremely disturbing footage coming out of Kursk right now, on the Ukrainian side, where they're driving over deserters in their tanks. Yeah. So because they kind of lost a lot of soldiers during the last offensive, and they just did a new one, right? And it's not going so well, and so people are fleeing the battlefield, they're fleeing the front, and they're being hunted down by APCs. It is fucking insane. Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not great. It's just not great.
Yo, what happens if you're swimming and you all of a sudden get attacked by a fucking octopus?
What's really bizarre to me, if you read the replies to these videos, is all these fucking weird NAFO people, like the ones attacking Elon right now, who are like cheering it on. They're like, yeah, deserters deserve death. Slava Ukraini. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Such a lack of empathy when it comes to war. It's unbelievable. It's almost like these people have never been in a war. Like, if you put these exact people into a war, they're gonna fucking crumble like a piece of paper and shit themselves like a little baby.
They would, yeah.
I'd say even a little baby has more courage than these fucking people. Seriously. Because the only thing they can do is either physically come after people in their own country or in other countries because, you know, of doxing, or they just harass them by replying nastily to people. I'm like, what war are you fighting? Are you trying to piss people off against your cause? Because I believe that that is the public perception of what's going to happen. Like, if you want people to sympathize with your cause, probably do not cheer on, you know, elements of the war. Especially that. I think that is kind of, from my perspective, if I was a citizen of that country, I would see it like that. Actually, as a matter of fact, if I was a citizen of that country, I would most likely be conscripted because, you know, I am of fighting age. And their standards for fighting age have been, let's just say, expanded to the point where you have, like, say, 50 people in their 50s or something like that, being forced to fight at the level of someone in their 20s or something like that. It's fucked up.
It is fucked up.
I still can't believe they had pregnant women on the front, and I remember this video where purportedly there were Russian soldiers that were apprehending these women that were pregnant, and I was just like, are you serious? Is this for real? And apparently Ukraine had not division, but like a set of soldiers that were actually female and pregnant, and I'm just like, how is this like acceptable? Like, this is wrong. This is like, okay, whatever you think about Russia, whatever, you know, I get.
So it's just not using pregnant soldiers.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, and then the child soldiers that were drafted.
16-year-olds, yeah.
I mean, well, not drafted, but like,
they volunteered themselves, but still, it's like, how the fuck do you allow a 16-year-old into the military? That's just messed up.
Yeah, like quote unquote volunteered, more like societal pressure from within, you know. So it's.
I mean, they're brainwashed. If you watch their training regimen, a lot of these young kids, you know, teenagers, are essentially brainwashed by in these Azov training camps. Azov is their sort of like a militia sort of group, and they teach them to love Bandera and fight for the glory of Ukraine. It's very much like Hitler Youth. If you watch their training stuff, which they put out themselves, by the way, this is not some Russian propaganda. You can watch it. It's quite alarming to see this, and the West is cheering it on, financing this, saying it's fine. It's actually not fine. If this was happening in, say, Africa, everyone would be appalled by it. It'd be like those are child soldiers, because they are. It's messed up.
Yeah, I completely and totally oppose Nazism, whether it's in America or Ukraine. And, there are these, fascists in Ukraine that we're absolutely funding, propping up. And they hate Jews and they hate minorities and they've killed and attacked them. And it's unacceptable. It's very, very unsettling.
Yep. Yes, it is.
By the way, something I found kind of funny is that the defense minister of Taiwan said that they will not blow up TSMC.
Wow.
Oh my fucking god, man.
So for some context, apparently Trump has chosen someone to be like part of his cabinet. And like in the past, that person has posted on X, or I guess Twitter at the time, about blowing up TSMC if the Chinese were to attack. So the Minister of National Defense literally said that they will not blow up TSMC when they will allow the US to blow up TSMC.
Wild.
China attack.
Speaking of TSMC, am I correct in stating that there was no real pullout of NVIDIA from TSMC, that the whole rumor was bullshit?
It's most likely bullshit, yes.
Yeah, it seems very unlikely that Samsung is able to match it.
Yeah, unless Samsung has managed to magically pull out the best 2nm chips out of their ass.
Unlikely.
Unlikely, considering, like, Samsung's main business is the memory chip business. And they're failing spectacularly at that. Right now they're getting their ass kicked by SK Hynix. And keep in mind, this is Samsung's main business. The majority of Samsung's profits come from memory chips. So they're not even beating. They're not even the best at their main business. So I would have doubts that they somehow managed to beat TSMC on 2nm when their main business is going to shit.
Yep.
I would assume that the leadership has the focus set on memory chips right now, because that's literally their main business.
Where the hell is this?
It's working on a clip.
I'm gonna post a nothing meme.
Nothing ever happens.
No, literally.
Yeah. But like the company, nothing? The ones that makes phones?
No, nothing ever happens.
No. That's an odd thing to call a phone, the nothing phone.
Yeah.
It's like saying,
I mean,
hey, guess what? I'm gonna create an app that doesn't exist. What's the point of it? There isn't one. It's called the Nothing app.
Yeah. They have the nothing ears, or whatever it's called, for their headphones.
Yeah. The nothing buds, they're so light you don't even feel them. And they're so unnoticeable that you don't even hear them.
Actually, shit. Yeah. Excuse me. It's actually kind of garbage. Just get AirPods. So much better.
Yeah.
The Schrodinger's app.
It feels like, looking at Nothing's advertising, it's pretty effective, though, because they do get a lot of hype from, all these tech enthusiasts, right? Because the stuff they make is kind of interesting looking. It's all, clear plastic, so you can see inside. So there's a certain aesthetic to Nothing that is kind of cool. Like, if you look at their phones, the backplate is not, it's not aluminum or something. It's literally like clear glass, so you can see inside the phones. It's kind of nice. I'm not saying they're good phones, but they look cool.
Oh my god.
What happened?
I'm just going through all my photos right now. And I came upon Croatian flicker gooning. Remember that?
Flicker gooning.
Why did you pick? How do you have a photo of that though?
I save memes on my phone typically.
Do not, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, do not look up whatever that is because the answer you will not like. Trust me.
Oh my god.
It had to be said. It had to be said. This is dangerous knowledge.
Yeah.
This is a CogSec threat.
If anything, that makes it more likely that they're gonna look it up.
Not my fault. I told them not to do it.
Right. Every revolution centers on poor people. Sucks. American Revolution centers on rich businessmen avoiding taxes and defending property rights. Spawn's most powerful nation on earth, considered greatest political minds of all time. Nobody ever tries this again. Are they stupid? Yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, if you consult the chart, you know.
If you would please consult the chart. Chance of happenings, 0. What would you look at the time?
Here you go. Posted it.
Alright, let's see what you posted.
Would you look at the time?
You see all these journalists having a meltdown over the banning of that Jacqueline Sweet person.
Yeah, it's fucking funny as shit.
I hate these fucking people, you know. I hate journalists, just for the record, because they think that they are a special class of people that can break the rules because they have, you know, journalist credentials, so they can illegally obtain information about private individuals and publish it without any repercussions. It's absurd. They don't feel like they have to follow the rules, the laws, or anything like that, right? Not they broke the law, but definitely broke the rules, right? It's absurd. It's like, no, if this was anybody else, no one would be saying anything. Everyone would be like, yeah, okay, he broke the TOS, fine, ban him. But they're like, oh, I'm a journalist, so I can do it.
Ironically, one of the people that actually no, I'm not gonna say that. Yeah.
No, I'm not a fan of these journalists. You know, if you want to be a journalist, fine, but try being like honest. Don't hide behind it. Oh, I'm a journalist, I can do it.
Yeah, try not being a dipshit.
Yep. Like, I will not, you know, I think there's quite a simple rule is that don't dox people on this platform. You want to do it offsite, maybe, you know, can't stop you.
How did libs of TikTok get caught?
What, you mean like doxed?
Yes.
Okay, she was doxxed because Travis Brown, who is this Antifa, German government-funded, state government, you know, funded Antifa guy, keeps lists on people, and he was tracking her stuff, and, you know, I think he obtained her information more or less illegally through, like, a data breach, and then he sent it to Taylor Lorenz, who is a journalist, and she published it, and, you know, I don't know if she necessarily, oh, yeah, she did, if I recall correctly, she actually did publish Hieratics docs, like her actual address, her home address in New York City. And she went there and, you know, knocked on the door, did a quote-unquote journalism there. But yes, no, she linked to it. And then after that, she blamed her editor for the link. She claimed that she didn't actually dox anyone. She literally lied. I have an archive of this where she published her article had the link to Lips of TikTok's home address. It was on some, you know, page, because she used to be like a realtor. And so her address was listed there, but you know, you wouldn't know it was Lips of TikTok unless somebody told you it was, right? So that was effectively doxing. They do this shit, man. It's really messed up.
Yeah.
So Ian, are you working on any news stories by chance?
No, I'm not a journalist.
Oh really?
Oh my God.
I wouldn't have thought.
No, I'm not working on any news stories. I used to do journalism, but I wouldn't call myself a journalist nowadays. Like I said, I don't like journalists.
Your podcast I thought was very good with Adele. I really love Adele. She's so funny and she has got good commentary. And you guys have like good synergy. And I was wondering when the next episode was going to happen. I was just like,
we're going to make more, yeah. Right now she's busy traveling and stuff, so it's kind of hard to schedule something.
Honestly,
but yeah, no.
You guys have a very, very good show.
Thank you. Yeah.
I have a question. If I sub to you, will you follow me back?
You don't ask such things on here. General consensus, in my opinion, this is also something that people in general should understand. Asking for a follow back is kind of pathetic in a sense. So, like, for instance, if somebody is going to ask me for a follow back, the chance that I will give it to him decreases. Like, it decreases immediately after that. I'm like, it's a worth thing. You have to actually choose. You have to actually bring value, and then yes, and you have to maintain that value, because otherwise I'm not going to be obligated to keep following anyone. Right? That's another thing.
Yeah.
I'm very purposeful with my
It's like begging.
Yeah.
It's like begging, right? If you beg for money, you're not going to get it. You know, from a high net worth person, they will just be like, no. The best way it is not a trick, but just a way to deal with high net worth individuals, such as myself, is that if you want to get a good deal from them, don't ask for money, right? They will just sort of give you what they think you're worth.
Money. Oh my God. Yeah, I literally looked up a little bit of how did libs of TikTok get doxxed, and the first article is there's a proper term for what happened to libs of TikTok creator.
For wholesale.
It's not
North American Union.
It's not doxing. The correct word is accountability.
Oh, fuck off. Yeah, fuck off. Fuck off with that shit. She was completely anonymous.
Because, well...
Completely anonymous. Her information was obtained through a fucking data breach that Travis Brown exploited illegally, by the way. He was publishing these lists of every conservative speaker. Yeah.
Let me read this to you. On Tuesday, Washington Post internet culture reporter Taylor Rand came under fire for revealing the identity of a woman who has been cowering.
Really bad for libs of TikTok, right? I mean, right now she enjoys a lot of popularity, and rightly so. She deserves it. She does a lot of good work. But when that happened, I mean, she received endless amounts of death threats. Her family, which, by the way, she didn't live in that address, but it was linked to her. They received a ton of threats, from like these weird activists, these weird left-wing activists, to the point where, she was more or less given a kind of like a sanctuary by Governor DeSantis. He was like, okay, you can come stay here, and make sure that, or you'll not be attacked by any fucking weird Antifa people, which, like, that's how bad it was, right? People don't seem to understand that. So when Taylor Lorenz cries about how people are mean to her online because they criticize, it's just interesting how they turn it, like they're like, we're victims who are being bullied on the internet by mean tweets, but meanwhile they're actually sending death threats to people.
What database was leaked?
I'm not sure. Travis, I'm sure, has a lot of sources that enable him to do what he does.
Yeah, he runs this GitHub where he essentially doxes a lot of conservative speakers. It means, holding rapists and the politicians that enable rape, accountable for their actions. Yeah, I guess if that's fascism, then you know what? Fascism is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure, your enemies are going to clip that and.
Oh, 100%. I expect them to. Yeah. So I said it the way I did. They'll clip it and they'll probably leave out, 80% of that. Because like everything else, they don't have any real arguments. They have no means to counter what you're saying, which is the truth. They do not have a weapon against the truth. And so they have to manufacture a lie against you in order to counter you. Rather to take you down.
I want to make a post just for the funsies. What do you guys think about this? Reading the ingredients list of some products and then looking up their side effects is insane. To me, it feels like as if you'd be reading about a made-up compound called Yellow 5 that makes mice transparent.
Nice.
I don't know. What do you think? Is this banger?
Yeah, go for it. It's a good one, yeah. It is insane what they put in American foods, though.
Yeah, worldwide even. That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
And then seed oils and everything, hydrogenated fucking seed oils. That shit should literally be made illegal.
Should be banned, yeah. Like, I'm not for big enforcement of anything, as I'm sure you know. You've seen my views.
8% of all these weird food colorings, flavorings, and preservatives should be made illegal. Like, it should not exist. Like, erased from time itself.
Yeah. The fact that coloring even exists is something that, is for marketing purposes only. Now, of course, this begs the question, would it be illegal to bake a cake that has cool coloring on it? Because, you're producing art, right? How do you make that illegal? Do you ban inks and all these things? Perhaps some should be allowed, like squid ink, for example, is not exactly toxic.
Yeah. And why does and here's the thing that I need to ask, serious question. Why do people have this insane obsession with consuming things that are unnaturally colored? Like, why do I have to eat something that looks like a fucking highlighter? Please explain this to me.
They're marketing it to kids. They're marketing it to
fucking disgusting.
Right, it's literally for children, right? This is literally to get children to buy their products, and that should be considered illegal because they're illegally marketing to children these products that are quite clearly unhealthy. If you're an adult, you probably don't care very much that it's, purely orange colored. You just want to taste the Fanta, right? But if you're a child and you're given two options, one is a natural Fanta from Europe and one is the artificially colored Fanta from the United States, you're probably going to pick the one that looks like neon colors. Because and that should be illegal because that's what they're doing. It's subliminal marketing.
They have these different types of juices as well. Like, you have some fucking thing be looking like pineapple, and it's the most yellowest yellow you've ever seen. I'm like, is this the stuff that I put on my car or in my car? I can't tell.
You could probably put it on your car and clean your car with it.
Yeah, it's fucking disgusting. Rust removal, but for the human.
Oh, I mean, they work as rust remover. That's a fucked up thing. It's got the same ingredients as rust remover,
Yes, let's not drink the rust remover, kids. Let's not fucking do that.
I like my rust where it is, thank you.
Like, you see how antifreeze is blue colored, right? And then you have, all these drinks that are purely blue colored using the same dye that they use in antifreeze, and that has caused a number of accidents over the years where a child will drink antifreeze thinking is that, that particular drink. It's insane.
Jesus.
Hmm?
Why is there casually antifreeze laying around though?
Acid parents.
Wow.
Right, so it looks like the biggest way they found her identity was because she used a .us domain name. So unlike some domain name registrations, .us domains do not allow for anonymous registration, which meant that her personal information, including her full name, was publicly accessible through the Whois database. This information
it wasn't
was
registered to Libs
crucial.
of TikTok, though, right? This was like a previous
No,
website.
it was libsoftiktok.us.
Oh, that's interesting, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So they figured out who was behind the domain. That's fucked up.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things, though, that it's like where they find her information first and they try to construct a narrative surrounding how they found it afterwards.
Yeah, so it looks like they found it through that, and then they looked into her, and they found that she, in her personal life, she was discussing anti-LGBT stuff, and so it matched. So the online stuff and her matched. It looks like.
So basically, they decided, we're gonna do a bunch of illegal shit and then justifying it by tying together some stuff that may or may not be real in real life.
Doesn't look like it was anything illegal. I mean, anyone can do Whois searches. It's publicly accessible.
I doubt that's how they found her, though, because this information came from, like I said, certain parties. It's fairly easy to build a narrative after you have the facts that are legally obtained. Fairly easy because you can find this information by doing searches and such. But you wouldn't know this if you just did the search, because you wouldn't think to do so.
Either way, that's a pretty big problem with her name being found on the.
No. I don't think she registered that domain. Okay, when did she register the domain? Do you know? You can actually find it out easily on Whois.
October of 2021.
I think that might have been after she was doxxed, right?
No, she was doxxed in 2022.
Okay, so this is regarding like buying domains from the right provider. So I would say try not to go with the mainstream domain registrars.
No. She specifically registered a .us domain name, right?
Okay.
.us.
Yeah, so we don't have a choice.
.us domain names require like your full name and contact people to be publicly available.
Yeah, what I was about to say is, I mean, there are certain providers who will redact those kind of information for privacy.
Yes, but that won't work with .us.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, by the way, Jensen Wong is speaking now.
Nice.
Because
Do you want to have him on the speaker, or I can.
Yep, let's do it.
Okay, sure. One second.
Jensen Wong.
There you go.
More and more novel and better intelligence. Intelligence, of course, is the most valuable asset that we have, and it can be applied to solve a lot of very challenging problems. And so, scaling law. It's driving enormous demand for NVIDIA computing. It's driving an enormous demand for this incredible chip we call Blackwell. Let's take a look at Blackwell. Well, Blackwell is in full production. It is incredible what it looks like. So first of all, there's some, every single cloud service provider now have systems up and running. We have systems here from about 15 computer makers. It's being made about 200 different SKUs, 200 different configurations. They're liquid cooled, air cooled, x86, NVIDIA Grace CPU versions, NVLink 36 by 2, NVLink 72 by 1, whole bunch of different types of systems so that we can accommodate just about every single data center in the world. Well, these systems are being currently manufactured in some 45 factories. It tells you how pervasive artificial intelligence is and how much the industry is jumping onto artificial intelligence in this new computing model. Well, the reason why we're driving it so hard is because we need a lot more computation. And it's very clear that Janine? You know, it's hard to tell. You don't ever want to reach your hands into a dark place. Hang on a second, is this a good idea? All right.
What is going on there?
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Like a massive chip.
I thought that was worthy.
Oh, he was trying to get the...
Apparently, Jordan didn't think I was worthy. All right.
Holding out his hand.
This is my show and tell. This is a show and tell. So, this NVLink system, this right here, this NVLink system, this is GB200 NVLink 72. It is 1.5 tons, 600,000 parts,
right.
Approximately equal to 20 cars, 120 kilowatts. It has a spine behind it that connects all of these GPU together, 2 miles of copper cable, 5,000 cables. This is being manufactured in 45 factories around the world. We build them, we liquid cool them, we test them, we disassemble them, ship them in parts to the data centers because it's 1.5 tons. We reassemble it outside the data centers and install them. The manufacturing is insane. But the goal of all of this is because the scaling laws are driving computing so hard that this level of computation, Blackwell over our last generation, improves the performance per watt by a factor of 4. Performance per factor of 4, performance per dollar by a factor of 3. That basically says that in one generation, we reduce the cost of training these models by a factor of 3. Or if you want to increase the size of your model by a factor of 3, it's about the same cost. But the important thing is this. These are generating tokens that are being used by all of us when we use ChatGPT or when we use Gemini and use our phones in the future. Just all of these applications are going to be consuming these AI tokens. And these AI tokens are being generated by these systems. And every single data center is limited by power. And so if the perf per watt of Blackwell is 4 times our last generation, then the revenue that could be generated, the amount of business that could be generated in the data center is increased by a factor of 4. And so these AI factory systems really are factories today. Now, the goal of all of this is so that we can create one giant chip. the amount of computation we need is really quite incredible. And this is basically one giant chip. If we would have had to build a chip, here we go. Sorry, guys. You see that? That's cool. Look at that. Disco lights in here. If we had to build this as one chip, obviously this would be the size of the wafer, but this doesn't include the impact of yield. It would have to be probably 3 or 4 times the size. But what we basically have here is 72 Blackwell GPUs or 144 dies. This one chip here is 1.4 exaflops. The world's largest supercomputer, fastest supercomputer, only recently, this entire room supercomputer only recently achieved an exaflop plus. This is 1.4 exaflops of AI floating point performance. It has 14 terabytes of memory, but here's the amazing thing. The memory bandwidth is 1.2 petabytes per second. That's basically the entire internet traffic that's happening right now. The entire world's internet traffic is being processed across these chips, okay? And we have 130 trillion transistors in total, 2,592 CPU cores, whole bunch of networking. And so these, I wish I could do this. I don't think I will. So these are the Blackwells. These are our ConnectX networking chips. These are the NVLink, and we're trying to pretend about the NVLink spine, but that's not possible. Okay, and these are all of the HBM memories, 14 terabytes of HBM memory. This is what we're trying to do, and this is the miracle. This is the miracle of the Blackwell system. The Blackwell dies right here. It is the largest single chip the world's ever made. But yet, the miracle is really, in addition to that, this is the Grace Blackwell system. Well, the goal of all of this, of course, is so that we can, thank you, thanks. Boy, is there a chair I could sit down for a second? Can I have a Michelob Ultra? How is it possible that we're in the Michelob Ultra Stadium? It's like coming to NVIDIA and we don't have a GPU for you. So that we can create one. So we need an enormous amount of computation because we want to train larger and larger models. And these inferences used to be one inference, but in the future, the AI is going to be talking to itself. It's going to be thinking. It's going to be internally reflecting, processing. So today, when the tokens are being generated at you, so long as it's coming out at 20 or 30 tokens per second, it's basically as fast as anybody can read. However, in the future, and right now with GPT-01, you know, with the new Gemini Pro and the new the 01, 03 models, they're talking to themselves, reflecting, they're thinking. And so, as you can imagine, the rate at which the tokens can be ingested is incredibly high. And so we need the token rates, the token generation rates to go way up. And we also have to drive the cost way down simultaneously so that the quality of service can be extraordinary, the cost to customers can continue to be low, and AI will continue to scale. And so that's the fundamental purpose, the reason why we created NVLink. Well, one of the most important things that's happening in the world of enterprise is agentic AI. Agentic AI basically is a perfect example of time scaling. It's AI is a system of models. Some of it is understanding, interacting with the customer, interacting with the user. Some of it's maybe retrieving information from storage, a semantic AI system like a RAG. Maybe it's going on to the internet. Maybe it's studying a PDF file. And so it might be using tools. It might be using a calculator. And it might be using a generative AI to generate charts and such. And it's iterating. It's taking the problem you gave it, breaking it down step by step, and it's iterating through all these different models. Well, in order to respond to a customer in the future, in order for AI to respond, it used to be ask a question, answer starts spewing out. In the future, you ask a question, a whole bunch of models are going to be working in the background. And so best time scaling, the amount of computation used for inferencing is going to go through the roof. It's going to go through the roof because we want better and better answers. Well, to help the industry build agentic AI, our go-to-market is not direct to enterprise customers. Our go-to-market is we work with software developers in the IT ecosystem to integrate our technology to make possible new capabilities, just like we did with CUDA libraries. We now want to do that with AI libraries. And just as the computing model of the past has APIs that are doing computer graphics or doing linear algebra or doing fluid dynamics, in the future, on top of those acceleration libraries, CUDA acceleration libraries, we'll have AI libraries. We've created 3 things for helping the ecosystem build agentic AI. NVIDIA NIMs, which are essentially AI microservices all packaged up. It takes all of this really complicated CUDA software, CUDA DNN, Cutlass, or TensorRT-LM, or Triton, or all of these different really complicated software, and the model itself, we package it up, we optimize it, we put it into a container, and you can take it wherever you like. And so we have models for vision, for understanding languages, for speech, for animation, for digital biology, and we have some new exciting models coming for physical AI. And these AI models run in every single cloud because NVIDIA's GPUs are now available in every single cloud. It's available in every single OEM. So you could literally take these models, integrate it into your software packages, create AI agents that run on Cadence, or they might be ServiceNow agents, or they might be SAP agents, and they could deploy it to their customers and run it wherever the customers want to run the software. The next layer is what we call NVIDIA NeMo. NeMo is essentially a digital employee onboarding and training evaluation system.
Oh, lucky girl.
In the future, these AI agents are essentially digital workforce that are working alongside your employees, doing things for you on your behalf. And so the way that you would bring these specialized agents these special agents into your company is to onboard them, just like you onboard an employee. Mm-hmm. And so we have different libraries that helps these AI agents be trained for the type of language in your company. Maybe the vocabulary is unique to your company. The business process is different. The way you work is different. So you would give them examples of what the work product should look like, and they would try to generate it, and you would give it feedback, and then you would evaluate them, so on and so forth. And so that, and you would guardrail them. You say, these are the things that you're not allowed to do. These are the things you're not allowed to say. And we even give them access to certain information. Okay, so that entire pipeline, digital employee pipeline, is called NeMo. In a lot of ways, the IT department of every company is going to be the HR department of AI agents in the future. Today, they manage and maintain a bunch of software from the IT industry. In the future, they'll maintain, nurture, onboard, and improve a whole bunch of digital agents and provision them to the companies to use. Okay, and so your IT department is going to become kind of like AI agent HR. And on top of that, we provide a whole bunch of blueprints that our ecosystem could take advantage of. All of this is completely open source, and so you could take it and modify the blueprints. We have blueprints for all kinds of different types of agents. Well, today we're also announcing that we're doing something that's really cool and I think really clever. We're announcing a whole family of models that are based off of Llama, the NVIDIA Llama Nemotron language foundation models. Llama 3.1 is a complete phenomenon. The download of Llama 3.1 from Meta, 650,000 times, something like that. It has been derived and turned into other models, about 60,000 other different models. It is singularly the reason why just about every single enterprise and every single industry has been activated to start working on AI. Well, the thing that we did was we realized that the Llama models really could be better fine-tuned for enterprise use. And so we fine-tuned them using our expertise and our capabilities and we turn them into the Llama Nemotron suite of open models. There's small ones that interact in very fast response time, extremely small. They're what we call super Llama Nemotron supers. They're basically your mainstream versions of your models, or your ultra model. The ultra model could be used to be a teacher model for a whole bunch of other models. It could be a reward model, evaluator, a judge for other models to create answers and decide whether it's a good answer or not. Basically give feedback to other models. It could be distilled in a lot of different ways. Basically, a teacher model, a knowledge distillation model. Very large, very capable. And so all of this is now available online. Well, these models are incredible. It's number one in leaderboards for chat, leaderboard for instruction, leaderboard for retrieval. So the different types of functionalities necessary that are used in AI agents around the world, these are going to be incredible models for you. We're also working with the ecosystem. All of our NVIDIA AI technologies are integrated into the IT industry. We have great partners and really great work being done at ServiceNow and at SAP, at Siemens for industrial AI. Cadence is doing great work. Synopsys is doing great work. I'm really proud of the work that we do with Perplexity. As you know, they revolutionized search. Yeah, really fantastic stuff. Codium, every software engineer in the world. This is going to be the next giant AI application. Next giant AI service period is software coding. 30 million software engineers around the world. Everybody is going to have a software assistant helping them code. If not, obviously you're going to be way less productive and create less or good code. And so this is 30 million. There's 1 billion knowledge workers in the world. It is very, very clear AI agents is probably the next robotics industry and likely to be a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. Well, let me show you some of the blueprints that we've created and some of the work that we've done with our partners with these AI agents. AI agents are the new digital workforce, working for and with us. AI agents are a system of models that reason about a mission, break it down into tasks, and retrieve data or use tools to generate a quality response. NVIDIA's agentic AI building blocks, NIM pre-trained models, and NEMO framework let organizations easily develop AI agents and deploy them anywhere. We will onboard and train our agentic workforces on our company's methods, like we do for employees. AI agents are domain-specific task experts. Let me show you 4 examples. For the billions of knowledge workers and students, AI research assistant agents ingest complex documents like lectures, journals, financial results, and generate interactive podcasts for easy learning. By combining a unit regression model with a diffusion model, CoreDiff can downscale global weather forecasts down from 25 kilometers to 2 kilometers. Developers, like at NVIDIA, manage software security AI agents that continuously scan software for vulnerabilities, alerting developers to what action is needed. Virtual Lab AI agents help researchers design and screen billions of compounds to find promising drug candidates faster than ever. And video analytics AI agents built on an NVIDIA Metropolis blueprint, including NVIDIA Cosmos Nematron vision language models, Llama Nematron LLMs, and NEMO Retriever. Metropolis agents analyze content from the billions of cameras generating 100,000 petabytes of video per day. They enable interactive search, summarization, and automated reporting, and help monitor traffic flows, flagging congestion or danger. In industrial facilities, they monitor processes and generate recommendations or improvement. Metropolis agents centralize data from hundreds of cameras and can reroute workers or robots when incidents occur. The age of agentic AI is here.
Did your thing break down?
Frizz on my end too.
Oh, whoops, I guess.
The whole stream just went down on X.
Well, we do now know what the pricing of the 50 series is going to be. For the gamers out there, the 5070 is going to be at $549. The 5070 Ti, that's going to be $749. The RTX 5080, that's going to be $999, and the RTX 5090, that's going to be $999. So yeah, we now know what the price is going to be. Oh, and they're bringing out an RTX 5070 laptop.
The 5090 has 32 gigs of RAM on it. Holy shit! Holy fuck, man, that's crazy.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. The 5090 has how much RAM?
32 gigs.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
And 21,000 cores. It's literally double the 5080.
Well, how much is the 5090?
1,000 something, he said. I mean, I'm pretty sure.
$1,999, basically $2,000.
Worth it.
Okay.
Worth it.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Worth
Yeah, I'm getting it. 100%.
Worth it.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Oh.
It's double the 5080.
Our computer is probably gonna be like the computer is probably gonna be like 5,000, assuming you get a desktop. If you're getting a laptop, good luck.
Yeah.
Because
I
they
think I'll
got
get a desktop. We'll see.
Yeah.
You get beefy PSU for that.
5,000 probably at least. So 5,000 at least for the fucking desktop, and then you got a mouse, you got a keyboard.
I mean, a 5090 though is just, that's so goated.
Yeah, plus you're not gonna need another one for like years.
Exactly. So I'm thinking of like getting myself something like that, but like get the proper setup. Anything that can fit into a backpack is really what I'm after. Like it can fill out the whole backpack. That's what I mean. So volume wise.
A laptop is probably gonna take a long time as well.
But look at this, guys. We are going for $1 million. $1 million.
Yeah, I'm not putting
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna do
in a
that.
fucking laptop. That's insane.
So make sure you like and share this because if we
Yeah, I think for a laptop you can either get like a Linux one or a Mac. There's no point in getting anything else.
That was such an amazing. I'm just sitting here marveling at what they're going to be doing next. It's going to be incredible to see what that does to the laptop class. Like big law firms, which is the universe I come from, they just rely on having lots and lots of little minions being billed out at $1,500 an hour when they don't know shit about shit. And you're sort of like training them up. And this is everything that he was just talking about there was about automating like low-level labor from Harvard graduates. Like that's essentially where what they're targeting. It's going to be amazing to see what this does.
I don't know if we saw the 5090 on there, but it said this is one specific thing. So Cyberpunk on full ultra everything with a 4090 gets 109 frames per second. The 5090 takes that to 237 frames a second.
Hey, okay.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's everyone.
That is insane.
Insane graphics on the game. Man.
And my 3090, mind you, plays it perfect. It plays it just about like 90 to 100 on ultra everything. So for you to see 240 on that, I mean, I just got to check my circuit breaker at this point. Like, I'm not sure if it can handle that.
Guys, are you watching this scene right now? I'm sorry for interrupting, but holy fucking shit. Look at what they're doing with AI. They just create like a blank model and paint over it. Holy fuck.
NVIDIA AI for your PCs.
Impressive. NVIDIA AI for your PC, and this is something you can do on your computer. Wow.
Yeah, with the 50 series cards, you can do it literally directly right there.
By the way, Jordan, are you making the switch to Linux with all of us?
Absolutely not. Are you insane?
Are you? What are you talking about?
Bro, 90% of the games that are coming out and the way that like Xbox is doing shit is that they're gonna just literally launch everything through the Microsoft Store, every single game. Even like this year was the first. This was the first year I haven't in 10 years plus that I didn't pay $80 for COD. I literally paid $20 to play that in the exact same capacity that I ever paid $80 for it, just because of the Microsoft Game Pass or whatever. And
listen, fuck that shit. No,
that's
no
the
one
thing.
cares about the game.
That's the thing, is that you might not, but I'm actually like, I play not only like I play NHL, I play Madden, I play everything. So like, if I want to play on my Xbox Series X, it's free. If I want to play on my PC, all my games are free. Like the only thing is like Steam games and like the occasional like beta game here and there, yeah. But like, I'm not changing the Linux for that. 90% of my stuff, like, especially if it's like not happening. It'll never happen.
It will happen one day.
It will never happen, to be honest with you.
It will happen one day. We will stop shit shows.
Linux is not. Linux just isn't like, it's not good enough for what I do. It's just not. Bottom line, like I have miners and stuff that I have to like remote into and like all the time, and you can't do that with Linux. You just cannot. And if you fuck with a miner and you next thing you know you decide to remote into it through Linux and something doesn't happen with the credentials and you get locked out of a miner, well, poof, there goes a wallet.
You can do miners with Linux all the time. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's the Windows, it's the new broker. So like most of those stuff, like the stuff that I uses like Data Center 2025 and stuff. So like if you fuck up with the broker, you literally have to reformat it. It's fucked. But it's just the way that they're like doing shit now, and it's been better. I'd be honest with you. I love Windows 11 and Data Center 2025. It's fucking goated. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You're kidding, right? Windows 11 is goated.
Windows 11 with Data Center 2025 is pretty fucking good. Like, beyond good, I will say that. Like, I was able to, like, I have most of, like, some of the miners are not physically here. They're in other places around, like, the U.S., and then some are in Canada. But mine, like, bottom line, I went to Miami, opened up my Mac, right? It was able to access everything just literally through Azure. Didn't have to do anything, didn't have to install shit, just went bang, and just was able to jump around and do everything that I needed to. Linux, you're not really going to have that type of just literally wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Like, you're just not. And it's what it is. Ease of access versus not. So why a lot of companies still use Windows to this day, especially at the enterprise level. Because it's easy to get in and out, easy to create Microsoft accounts, easy to give them licenses. You don't have to run around and do other things. Like, the only things that usually run on Linux are in, like, Unix of any sort are ERPs, and that's it.
So, even for the enterprise level, we do have Linux options like Red Hat Linux, and it can work really, really well. And as a matter of fact, for a lot of critical infrastructure, even to this day, they prefer to use RHEL over Windows for obvious security reasons. I mean, I can go on and on, but yeah, I get your point. Some people might feel Windows is easier to use.
It's not even Windows. It's not even the ease of Windows is easier to use. It's about the fact that a lot of like VoIP and a lot of ERPs just don't work well with Linux at the enterprise level. Like personal level, sure, use whatever OS you want. But at the enterprise level, when you're dealing with massive infrastructures, especially in IT, thousands of employees, and HR says, "Oh, this guy's fired, deactivate him." Yeah, go type in the code to go do that in a Linux, terminal. Do that on Windows. Open up admin, disable, and his whole computer's gone. Like, it's just that simple. Like, you gotta think about it from a systems admin standpoint, not I want to be different. Any systems and most systems admins, they have VMs or everything on multiple different OSs, right? But most of server stacks are based on Windows, like Windows Server 2016 to 2025, depending on what you're doing. But I'm personally using Data Center 2025 across everything, and it is flawless. The only thing that it has a hiccup with is the NVIDIA Quadros. It does not like 15 NVIDIA Quadros. It hates that shit.
It's not a holy shit moment. Have you seen this? My god, physical AI. Holy crap. Game changer. What is NVIDIA doing? My god, like everything they're doing is like years ahead, man. It's insane. So I'm just watching the CES keynote. My god. That is my response to everything they're doing right now.
Would anybody mind if Nancy Mace came by chance?
No, she's cool. Yeah, let her on. I love Nancy Mace.
By the way, Adrian, I had some fucking issues with connectivity, so it kicked me out of my co-host.
Right. There you go. Physical AI, yeah. Self-driving cars, robots, all that kind of shit.
Yep. And they're able to create simulations of that, right? So you'll have like, I mean, it's going to affect all of this video generation stuff. It's all tied into it, but you'll be able to have real world applications for it beyond just, making cool videos. Companies would be able to create simulations of their products in this way. Very cool.
Distill it.
All I'm hearing at the moment is static.
Yeah, I just hear that.
Somebody get the DJ. We need to hit a sick drop on the static. You know, when you're like about to tune from like the FM to AM and it just goes.
Yeah.
The amount of time I've spent playing around with radio frequencies is unbelievable.
What do you do with the radio?
I fuck around with it until I can hear everything.
Nice.
That's about as good as I can describe what I was doing. And then even when I was bored of that, I tried to extend the range of the surround sound thing we had by saying, surround sound, eh? What if we had the sound literally everywhere? Like, what if I took a bunch of smaller speakers, connected them all to the main speaker thing, that has enough power, I know it does, and just put a bunch of speakers literally everywhere. Now the sound is literally all around me. I actually did that. I had a broken TV that I destroyed by accident. The way it happened was, it was like this, okay? The TV was close to the outside of one of our compounds, one of our installations, and I was playing around with a ball, and there was another guy. Anyways, this guy was supposed to catch said ball, and instead decided, hey man, I'm just gonna turn my fucking back and walk into the room. And then, of course, him ignoring the fucking ball, the ball went right fucking like, it just perfect, right on the fucking TV, smacked the bitch, completely destroyed it.
Yeah, that sucks.
So then what I did is I took apart the TV. That was a lot of fun. There's a lot of components in there, including the fucking speakers. So I took those speakers and I put them like onto the main speaker system, and then I literally had surround sound of it like of a 20 by 20 meter area because I put speakers everywhere. It was so weird.
This was in the era before surround sound actually existed.
Yeah, I basically made surround sound. I am surround sound, not digital surround sound, no, actual surround sound, you know?
Nice.
The sound was literally all around me. And now, what I'll do next is I'll play some frequencies and shit, and then stuff start floating. Just kidding.
You can hear a lot of cool shit on the radio. If you know where to look. You've got. I'm a big nerd about that kind of stuff, and like people pick up Russian like nuclear frequencies and like numbered channels, and they pick up Russian radar and things like that on their radio sets. it's like fascinating to think that all of this stuff is like going on all around us, and like most people have no idea it's even there.
Yeah.
I gotta take a call. I'll be back momentarily.
Gotcha.
Just cooking my steak.
Oh yeah, I gotta cook some steak also. I have a lot of stuff that I need to do. I could never imagine myself being a vegan.
Those people aren't living.
I just got tagged on a Grok conversation, and it says that NASA uses Linux. I mean, it's good to know.
Sorry, that's my.
I believe
So who's getting a 5090?
Me.
Me. I mean, who's getting a 5090, guys? Like, I'm so excited.
Me.
Yeah, I'm getting the max one.
I'm so fucking excited.
I'm gonna like save up a bunch of money for that. I already do. I have it, and I'm gonna get the best fucking computer possible because I want to be set for the next 5 years.
Yes.
I really just want to get a Founders Edition too. Like, I really do.
How do you even get that
I
shit?
need to know where to get it, man. Like, where the fuck do I get this damn thing? This is gonna be out of stock. I want to get it.
I know, right? Dude, if you fucking find it, let me know, man.
You guys are all
let me know
direct
too, man. Jesus, like, I'll be looking and you be looking. We'll all need to be scouring. And guys, if my DMs are pretty open, I don't respond a lot. But like, if you know where to get one of these, please let me know.
I mean, I hate to say it, but I know where to get them.
All right.
I think I have so many, bro. Of course I know how to get
Send it to me, dude. Like send me the link or whatever. Like, I want to buy one.
Do we know when
just tell me what you need, and I'll go buy it, and then you just pay me, and I'll ship it to you, and I'll give you a tracking.
Okay, yeah, I want a 5090. I want a 5090.
So do we know when this shoe is coming out?
It says it's available January, so
Okay.
I would assume in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Before 3 weeks, yeah, we're already on the first week.
Yeah. Okay, so I buy myself a 50. Okay, so I buy myself a 5090. Then what? How do I put it into a computer? Like, what kind of stuff do I need?
Okay. Hold on.
I mean, to be honest with you, so I'm pretty sure the 5090 is going to use a different generation of PCI 16. So you're probably going to have to fully upgrade from whatever you want.
Oh yeah, 100%. I don't have anything to like integrate into anything with. I need to get myself an entire new computer system by default. I just don't know how.
Just wait for it to come out, and then we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. Just wait for it to come out, and then if you actually need me to build you a machine, I can build you the machine with the 5090 in it, and then ship you. Well, what I did last time, I did it for a streamer. I actually took the 3090 out and I shipped it separately because the card's so fucking heavy. So I packed the computer, shipped both of them separately, and then when I flew to him, received the computer, and then built it right in front of him, put it in, and he was good to go and flew home the next day. Did it on stream with him too. It was actually pretty fun.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't usually do that, but I will do it for for you guys and like my friends and shit. Like, yeah, I'll build you a machine and I'll do it, but I don't do it like some of the the power GPU and like all those guys do it. Hell no. Like, if you want a machine, I'll build you a machine.
I'm pretty far out. I'm not sure you could do it.
If you'd seen my house, you'd say something different.
Alright, bet I'll take you up on that.
Okay. I mean, if you want to fly up to Dubai, I'm not going to stop you,
No, I mean, like, I'd ship it to you, overnight it, and then as soon as I see it start crossing the Atlantic, I'd get on a plane and meet the package there. Then build it for you, go there, and then fly home the next day. Like, that's the smartest way to do it. That way, it's like, there's no way that anything could go wrong, and if anything is wrong, I can fix it literally right as soon as it's there. Like,
I'll take you up on it, man. Yeah, I'll take you up on it. Good stuff.
Not to mention, I need a vacation too, so.
It's a fantastic time this time of year, I mean, it's not cold. I mean, it's kind of chilly, but it's not like, cold, so
what, 103 Fahrenheit?
No. It's like 50 right now. Yeah.
I mean, that's better than what it is here. I think it's -2.
Yep.
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
right now I'm sitting outside. It's like 12 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. I don't use American. Yeah, no, it's been nice. Jacket weather. Yeah, man, I'll take you up on it. That's awesome. Let's do it.
Yeah, remember I built that 1000D. So if you want something extravagant, I can give you something extravagant. You want something, minimal, I can give you something minimal. If you want something like, I built a few laptops too, and those were insane. Like my current laptop, I have one that has two 3060s in it, and that thing is a monster. Like I play, yeah, and it's nuts. But let me tell you, it does get hot. Yeah, it does get fucking hot. So there is that, but yeah, I only play COD on it like when I'm, when I go out or I'm away for like my main PC for a while.
Yeah, I want something desktop that's powerful, not crazy on storage. So like 4 terabytes is enough probably. AMD system, obviously, like the new 9950s or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, the 9950s are I literally have just been on Amazon and just like looking at it, and I went back and I looked at what people have said about the 7000 series versus the 9000 series, and they're like, bro, just like don't even spend the extra $300.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, and that's crazy because like I do believe in AMD. I am a firm believer in AMD over Intel right now. And
100%. I mean, Intel is down the drain, man. Like, I mean, the 13 and 14 series chips, they actually degrade if you don't install the firmware upgrade that stops them from degrading. They physically degrade because of how poorly designed they are.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with them. They've had a very bad, I would say, 5 generations. Probably since their ninth generation. Ever since then, it's just harder and harder.
They've been. Well, I'll tell you what happened. Basically, they decided to fuck the shit out of their customers, charging ridiculous prices for CPUs, and they got lazy and compliant. And then AMD came out with Ryzen, and they completely demolished them. And
for those i7s, right?
What do you mean for i7?
It was those It was the i7 14 or 17. What is it? It's i7 4700K. Like that year between the 4700Ks and the 7700Ks, they're Coffee Lakes and like their Ivy Lakes. Those chips. People paid so much money for them because they were the best gaming CPUs out there, and people were paying $500-$600. And then as soon as that Ryzen 3 came out, it just like completely changed the game.
Yes.
Everybody's like, whoa, what the fuck? Like,
exactly.
$99 for this? Okay, fuck it, we're changing. And then out of the AMD just stormed the market. Even till to this day, I still think that AMD chips are way cheaper. Like, I think overall, like even a 9000 series chip, literally the highest one you could possibly buy, is cheaper than an i9, the highest you could buy. I'm almost positive. Even by $10, it's cheaper. But if you get that, like, Adrian, like an AM5 chip with like 128 gigs of RAM with the 5090, you might spend like maybe $3,000 on the entire machine. Depends on what you get with the case and, power supply, etc. But that should last you minimum 5 years. If it doesn't last you 5 years, I would be surprised.
Yeah.
Because my 3090s lasted me still, like, I think that's still going to be a viable card for years to come.
I need to do that plus get a better screen as well. I'll just like full upgrade.
Invest in the 49 ultra wides, man.
I love the ultra wides, man.
People talk shit about them, but I have two 49 ultra wides. Best thing I ever did in my life, bro. It's your productivity goes up
Do you put them like side by side or on top of each other?
I have two 49s that are stacked on top of each other, so it's like 49 in front of me, like directly in front of me, and 49 on top, and then I have two 30 ultra wides on the right side of those. So I game on like a 360 hertz, 30 ultra wide, and then like if I want to play like CS or something, I can play on the 49 like right down the middle. That's 244 hertz. So it doesn't really matter, and they're all 6K. Like,
Can you send me a picture of what it looks like?
you want to see a picture of what my setup looks like?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Don't tweet it out.
I won't. Don't worry.
Actually, send it to me also. I want to see.
I have to 0.5 the. I have to 0.5 it, but here I'll show you. I don't
also,
ever. One thing.
So whatever your setup you'd recommend, because you're kind of like doing a lot of gaming, I'd need that, because that's what I'm going to be doing.
I'll show you. Well, I guess you can see this because you won't see my case in it, but I mean, I guess you can. If you want to see the case, you can ask for that too. I'll show you that. Here you go, Ian.
I sent it to me too. I'm just curious.
Wait, who are you sending it to?
I'm sending it to everybody. It's going to Twitter DMs.
Okay.
It's just gonna take a second to send because I'm sending so many of them.
Wow, that's sick. That is really sick, dude. That is really, really nice. How wide is that monitor? Is it a 38-inch one, or is it a 49 one?
No, those are but double 49s on top of each other, and then double 30s. They're all the same brand, so they all match color. They all match. No, they're not. No, those are actually the AOC ones. But like AOC, I used to know the CMO over there, and like
Alexander Ocasio-Cortez. Wow.
Oh, fuck off.
He had two left in the warehouse, and I told him I would pay for them personally. And I went on the website, bought two, and he shipped them to me personally. And like low key, you can see how big they are. They came in massive boxes, like the dude called me, like the UPS driver called me from downstairs, and he was like, "Yo, like you gotta come downstairs and help me." I was like, "What?" Like,
By the way, I still haven't seen the. By the way, I'm still not seeing the image. Did you send it?
Yeah, I sent it to you. Hold on, I'm gonna resend it. Yeah, it's editing up there, Bob.
That is impressive. I like it. I thought my 32-inch one was huge, but man, these are big.
So there's those, but you can't see the sides. So my Mac, like my M2, is connected to the top monitor as well.
Wow! Holy shit!
So I can swap in between Mac and like back and forth if I need to, especially like if you want to tap into like my phones or I want to tweet. I don't need anything next to me. This like everything is controlled here. With double stream decks, you don't need anything, and obviously you haven't seen, like, you can kind of see the 1000D right there, but you can't really see it. It's too big. But imagine the whole rest of the desk is the 1000D on the right side, and then on the other side I have another 32-inch ultra wide that like monitors what's going on around the house.
This is why I need a larger desk.
If you want to see what the rest of the house looks like, then you're in for a treat.
Oh, go ahead, man. Send them to me.
So I also have a control cluster. So ideally, it controls there's two data centers that I have. So it controls different segments of like what's going on with like miners. It just tells everything what to do without me having to do it. Right. Best way to work is to duplicate yourself without having to do it. And this is controlled all by like Quadros, and if I tell you what's in there, you're gonna be like, dude, what the fuck? But it's like 50 terabytes of storage, double P4000s, Quadros, 64 gigs of RAM, and Ryzen 9 is what controls that. Like both these data centers, there's no difference between them besides just.
Bro, are you trying to become your own internet? What the fuck?
He is the internet.
But you have to remember, I also have like various different companies, websites, all of that. It's all ran through here. I don't have to go out and buy cloud hosting. I can do it internally. I'll send you.
I'm also waiting for the.
Wait, you didn't see the first one?
No, I already saw it. I said I'm also waiting for the Mac Pro as well.
Yeah, until Mac comes out with something that, like the M2, like the Mac Mini for $599, like if you want something quick that's a desktop that you want, like that you can do everything on day to day in code, like for $599, you can't beat it.
No, I'm talking about the Mac Pro.
But yeah, like the tower.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for like the M4. I think it's an Ultra. What is it called?
Yeah, M4 Ultra. Yeah, it's not out yet.
No, not yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting.
Here you can see what's running the data centers. I'll show you those. But after that, I mean, I can show you the miners too. There's actually a rack sitting behind me that I'm working on, but.
I got a random breaking piece of news. So, according to Douglas McGregor, right, Colonel Douglas McGregor and a bunch of other sources, Trump is working out a deal to purchase Greenland for the United States.
Wow.
And it's got support, like, ground support in Greenland. And I think Trump Jr. is there right now, which is really interesting. I hope that's true. I don't know how true it is, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
Yeah, according to like legit news sources, Trump Jr. is planning to visit Greenland, and I guess they're gonna hash the whole thing out. Holy fuck! I mean, if that happens, wow. So if you're not familiar with like Greenland's politics, they're not super happy with Denmark. Denmark has just kind of been, using their resources and not really giving them very much, right? They are pretty left wing when it comes to this stuff, but it comes to like resource management and stuff. But there's a lot of people there who, I mean, they're not making any money at all. They're quite poor, right? So, yeah, I mean, if this does happen, I could see, Greenland just falling in line and wanting to be part of the United States and maybe a protectorate or something.
Canada next.
Canada next, and maybe the UK after.
Maybe Bangladesh.
Bangladesh has a host of problems. You should talk to Adele about it. She knows all about it.
She should talk to me about it. I know a lot about it.
Yeah, I'm sure she will. Yeah, I mean, when we have her in the space, we can discuss Bangladesh. That is a super interesting topic. And I'm sure you know, right? The Biden State Department is quite clearly responsible for the chaos that's going on there right now.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm going to upload my speech where I stood in front of the State Department decrying what our government did to their government, and it was practically a coup d'etat. It was totally ridiculous.
Yeah. And they have a lot to answer for. When Trump comes in, I mean, it's cleaning house time. I think a lot of things are going to change. A lot of people they are expecting more of the same, right? The same last 4 years, same 8 years. Well, I think there's a big change happening right now. And according to some legitimate sources, both the Labor and Conservative parties are super upset with Elon Musk, and they're doing private phone calls to Trump, trying to get him to distance himself from Musk, and I don't think that's really working for them.
Elon Musk is the best.
He is, and for more reasons than people know.
He's a private citizen. He's a private citizen. So go ahead.
Yeah, the question is, how will the Greenland deal work? Because the people there are Danish citizens, right?
Yeah.
So the question is, like, will they get to keep both? Will they be exchanged for American?
I think they want autonomy. Yeah, they want autonomy, like full independence from Denmark. That has been a fighting cause for them for like a very long time now. The winning party, like the ruling party in Greenland, is a pro-independence party.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Greenland has already. Denmark has already said that if they do a referendum to the independence, that they'll grant them the independence. So.
Yeah. right now they don't have anything to go with, right? And with America coming in with Trump, he can offer them a really, really good deal. And so they would have to, have proper reason to be independent. Because right now, if they just become independent on their own, they're kind of fucked, right? They don't have any industry. So it would just hurt them too, because right now they're essentially existing off the beneficence of the Danish, and it's a pretty bad situation for them right now. And Trump comes in, he can offer them a really good deal. America can help build that place up. I mean, build infrastructure, bring industry to it, bring workers to it. I think they'll accept that. I think that's a really fucking good deal for them. It is also a great deal for America because they have tremendous amounts of resources. It would also give America, full access to the Arctic Circle, which it doesn't really have right now. Right now, it's just Denmark, Canada, and Russia. And America needs to get in on this because, by like 2030, 2050, we're going to see resource wars like we've never seen before.
Not to mention the fresh water.
Yeah.
Go ahead, it's up.
That's right.
If I have
Greenland's a great place.
With space,
It's just
my bad.
nothing there.
So let's say they join the U.S. Right?
Yep.
What exactly happens?
No, it won't be
of turf, right, that we classify as being essentially part of the United States. One of them is your state, right, and that's co-equal sovereign Senate, House representation. Everyone born on soil as a citizen, etc. The second one is a territory, right, which is part of the United States but doesn't have representation in Congress. And the third one is this thing called a compact of free association, right? So, or in territory, or Puerto Rico, or yeah. So these so a compact of free association can be agreed by Congress. You don't need. I'm not sure. I can't actually recall off the top of my head what the process is for admitting a state, but it's a treaty, so it can be voted on by Congress and then signed by the president.
Okay, so hold on. I think you're kind of correct.
What?
Compact of Free Association is the deal with Micronesia, Palau, and
everyone in Micronesia has an equal right to work in the United States and vice versa. They get a security guarantee. However, right, it can be time limited, and the island retains its sovereignty, right? So ultimately, they can decide at any time that they want to leave, and it's just a question of severing the treaty. So Greenland could conceivably enter into a CFA with the United States if it were independent. It would benefit from security guarantees, and there would be various economic things baked into it, which would make it essentially like part of the United States for economic purposes, defense purposes.
So I think you kind of missed something because Puerto Rico and Guam, for example, are very, very different things.
Yeah, so the territories,
some of them are U.S. nationals, but they're not U.S. citizens, whereas with the...
No, they're U.S. citizens. They just don't have representation in Congress.
No, Puerto Rico. That's for Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
they're all
US. Yeah, they're all U.S. citizens. They don't have
some of
representation
them are only U.S. nationals, and they're not U.S. citizens.
Yep, that's correct. U.S. nationals are not U.S. citizens. There's a difference.
Oh. I don't think they can really vote in the federal elections now.
I think Guam.
Sure.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not.
I'll take a look.
You just ask around, guys. It's like that'll solve everything. It's better than posting ignorance.
Yeah, so the Compact of Free Association, basically, which they have with Palau, Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands, basically allows people from those countries to come to the U.S. Visa-free. They don't need a visa. They can stay there. They can stay in the U.S. permanently for the rest of their life. They can work in the U.S. They can be students in the U.S. and they don't need any visa whatsoever.
Yeah, according to Grok, nationals are individuals who owe allegiance to the U.S. but are not citizens. They have unique status. They cannot vote in federal elections or hold any, certain public offices. Not all, but certain. The status is mainly for individuals born in U.S. territories that are not states, specifically the American Samoa and Swains Island. Nationals can apply for citizenship through naturalization after a shorter residency period compared to permanent residence, so about 3 months. Countries of U.S. nationals are American Samoa and Swains Island. Other territories like Guam, Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and Northern Mariana Islands grant citizenship by birth. So all the ones we mentioned earlier, those are actually U.S. citizens. They're not nationals, but actually full citizens. So it's just American Samoa and Swains Island.
Yeah, so the U.S. nationals, they can live and work in the U.S., carry U.S. passports, and receive U.S. consular protection when abroad. However, they don't have rights of citizenship such as voting in federal elections or holding certain government They must go
Some
through
government office they can, right? Like, pretty sure they can hold like local public office. For instance, we've seen an illegal immigrant or like have public office in San Francisco that is completely legal apparently. But yeah, they wouldn't be able to say run for senator or something like that.
So the Compact of Free Association isn't a territory. Those places aren't technically territories of the U.S. The Compact of Free Association was created because the U.S. basically fucked the shit out of those islands through nuclear weapons testing. And they felt guilty about the fact that a lot of the people were displaced, some people died, some of the islands were uninhabitable, so they basically gave them that right through the Compact of Free Association.
Yep. Oh, by the way, the NVIDIA 5090 comes out on January 30.
Okay, good to know.
Beautiful.
Yeah, they just announced it on X.
Right, so you have unorganized, unincorporated territories, and you have organized.
You can like quote post my show with that news, by the way, because I already released the pricing with that image. So you can like basically quote post with the date's gonna arrive.
Okay.
If you want to, of course.
Yeah, no. I actually wanted to promote it. I was gonna promote the official one.
Yeah, so the U.S. territories are either unincorporated territories, which are unorganized or organized. So unorganized is American Samoa, where Congress hasn't established a formal territorial government structure. And organized unincorporated territories are places like Puerto Rico, Guam, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Northern Marianas, which have an organized government established by Congress.
I just don't see Greenland going for that if what they're after is independence. I don't see it becoming a territory.
There's no way Greenland can actually be financially independent, considering how much subsidies they take from Denmark. I mean, no one's going to be able to fund them. I mean, they're going to have to be realistic. I just don't see. I mean, it's not the land is not exactly hospitable. It's the vegetables, the vegetation is scarce. I mean,
the thing is, they have a lot of resources which right now no one has used up. So if they give up a lot of the resources to being exploited, they could make a ton of money.
Yeah, that's assuming that people will want to put in the capital and take all the risk. And I would see. I don't know. I just think.
Oh, I think they would. I think they would. It's a very stable area. It has European culture. Yeah, it's. I think they would.
Yeah, not 100% sure it's European culture. There's a lot of Aboriginals over there. I could see definitely China going for a whole resource grab and going very aggressive. But they still want something in return. Maybe military base, maybe surveillance stations, maybe research facilities, guaranteed rights.
I don't think so. Because I think any country would be jumping at the opportunity to go and exploit the resources of Greenland.
I mean, nothing precludes them from doing it now.
Well, no, it does. The Danish government puts a lot of restrictions for environmental reasons if they want the subsidy.
That's true, but
they would have a few years of very harsh time while the resources are being explored, while they're building things. So this would be like it would hurt them in the short term, but it would be good for them long term, and they haven't been willing to make the short term sacrifice.
Yeah, so that's true, but the Danes have been complaining about all the subsidies they keep giving to Greenland. I would imagine that at some point they would have wanted to get some outside private capital to take care of all this, subsidies. Very, very odd.
Isn't Denmark where Ozempic and GLP-1 is made?
Yes.
So it could be that like America buys the Ozempic, which pays for the subsidies from Denmark, and then that allows Denmark to kind of run their empire. So it's like not the petrodollar, but like the chonk dollar system that does that, and then we go exploit Greenland. Yeah, I'm doodling on this. There's something there that we can work with.
That is like the one industry, by the way, Ozempic. That's Denmark's only industry. Well, aside from oil, but yeah.
It was people were buying so much of it.
Oh, there's an Ozempic craze over here, bro.
No, yeah, but like people were buying so much Ozempic about a year ago. And Novo Nordisk didn't have the capacity to make it.
Yep.
But it was driving up the price of the krona and like the local currency and having an adverse impact on every other Danish exporter because people were trying to buy krona in order to get their hands on GLP-1. So pretty crazy stuff, but pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah. So if the U.S. does buy Greenland somehow, what exactly would they be? Would they become like a state? Would they become like
protectorate?
A corporate?
I would guess a protectorate.
Yeah, to become a territory, an unorganized territory like the Louisiana Purchase was, and like Alaska.
There's plenty of precedent.
I don't
doubt it'll become a state anytime soon.
I don't see them agreeing to become part of the U.S. unless they become.
Why? They benefit a lot they benefit a ton just by being a protectorate. They get U.S. citizenship, which is fucking amazing. Oh, not citizenship, but national status, and that's really, really good for them. It's good for their industries.
Depends. Actually,
it's not like Denmark's doing anything with it,
I know, but right now they have Danish citizenship, right? So why would they go? Why would they go
Money.
for being quote unquote national?
You can kind of really the U.S.
They have a lot of lobbying involved.
Well, like we've had some big deals in the past with the Native Americans, for example. So, like, even in Connecticut, which is where I'm based, there are two big reservations. Each of them has a casino on them, right? And it's like the big thing to do. And people like bus in from New York City and Boston and other places to go to these two casinos because they've got treaty status, which basically says, listen, you can do whatever you want here as a result of, our settlement of a long-standing dispute between the United States and your group of people. So, like, I mean, I think you hear some of the Greenlanders talking about it. Like, I don't think I think if they got independence from Denmark, they'd be really reticent to give that up. But if they didn't, I mean, you could admit them as a state if they consented and the other states in the Union consented. That would be really cool and interesting and world.
How do you go about making a new state? Is it just like an action from Congress, or is it?
I think you need a vote of both houses. I think it's a supermajority vote of both houses of Congress. I'd have to look it up though. I'm not sure what the exact procedure is.
Right. Because I know for I think for passing what do you call it? Fuck. Amendments to the Constitution. I think you need a supermajority in Congress, and you also need 75% of states to also.
So you just need to create a new state. You just need an act of Congress. So you need the consent of the legislators of the new states may be admitted by Congress into this union. So yeah, I think it's a simple majority.
It's Article 4, Section 3 of the Constitution, which allows Congress to have full power to dispose and make all needful rules and regulations concerning territories. So it is literally baked into the Constitution. It is doable.
Well, the thing that makes it interesting is that you're not actually. So in the U.S., there are lots of little separatist movements. So parts of Oregon want to go join Idaho. New Hampshire wants to split off, or there are individuals in New Hampshire who just want to leave. Part of California wants to form a new state called Cascadia because they don't like being associated with the cities. And part of the problem with that is that you need the consent of both states concerned if you're going to form part of a new state from parts of old ones. And of course, California will never consent to that. So it's interesting because Greenland doesn't have that problem, right? So you just need a simple majority vote in both houses of Congress, and bang, you got yourself a new state.
Correct. It doesn't need to be 2/3 or any crazy demand like that. A simple majority is fine. And if the Republicans, and they do, control both the House and the Senate, all you need is just one additional vote compared to the Democrats, and you win. Yeah.
Oh, wait. I'm not sure. I don't think it will be that simple because if it was that simple,
I mean, there is precedent for it.
I highly doubt it. Let me tell you.
No, there is precedent for it. It's been done multiple times.
I know it's been done multiple times, but I highly doubt it's a simple majority. Because
no, it is literally a simple majority. That's what it says in the Constitution. All you need is a simple majority. You need to pass a joint resolution by a simple majority in both the House and the Senate to admit territory as a new, state or territory, and then you need the presidential signature.
How come Puerto Rico has never become a state? Because the Democrats
Republicans don't want them to become a state. Because the reason why they are not being admitted as a state is so I know a lot about this. If you make Puerto Rico a state, it's going to be Democrats. Which is why the Republicans will never admit it as a state.
Exactly, but the point is the Democrats there are times where Democrats have both a majority in the Senate and the House.
They never push for it, though. They never push for it.
I highly doubt they're that retarded.
No, they don't want to push for it for a very simple reason. That they won't make DC a state either because they realize it's going to backfire in the elections, right? If you create more Democrats and give more Senate representation and House representation to Democrats, the Republicans will come out in force, to a point where, people realize, oh shit, the Democrats are completely taking over the government, which is what we actually saw in the past election, and you'll have a landslide Republican victory. There's a reason why it's kind of suicidal for the Democrats to actually do something like this, unless they have such an overwhelming majority of seats in both the House and the Senate. This is that will never happen. It's the same reason why they've never tried to pack the courts. You may have idiots like AOC saying we need to pack the courts openly, and that is super, super, super toxic to a lot of primary races. They just simply get kicked out if there is an actual push for that. No one will accept it. That's the reason why Democrats have never really tried to do that. You wouldn't have Nancy Pelosi pushing it.
There are a lot of people in Puerto Rico who don't want it. I mean, that's
I was going to say, although Congress has the power, there is a process that typically requires might not be the right word, and this is not the kind of law I practice, so I'm not claiming to be an expert here, but there's a petition that happens prior to admission to the union, and there's usually a referendum that initiates the petition. So the timing of the referendum and political control of the federal government is kind of relevant.
Yeah. And often, that's every 4 years, right?
Yeah.
2026, you're going to have another primary.
Just to concur with, I believe, Ian, the people of Puerto Rico have never desired statehood as a majority of the whole population.
Only the Democrats want it, yeah.
Hold on. So I just looked it up, right? So with the filibuster, the reason that Puerto Rico hasn't been made a state is because of the filibuster. Even though it is a simple majority, you still need to bypass the filibuster in the Senate.
Yeah, but the point is, though, that people of Puerto Rico do not.
would need the support of
They'd have to hold a referendum in Puerto Rico, and there's no guarantee it would actually pass. So if there were to be,
Hold on, most of Puerto Rico wants to be a state.
I think they may have even voted on it recently, but they couldn't get it through Congress.
Yeah, I recall there was those referendums, but they don't have the requisite turnout for it to be
yeah, because whenever they have a vote, whenever they have a turnout, they already know that the U.S. Congress isn't going to approve.
So like I said, well, not I said, the other guy said that timing matters, right? So if there were to be like a Democratic push from the Democrats to for any, for new statehood, it would have to be perfectly timed, and that's not something they can really figure out, because what if they don't get the votes? Then if at that, in the event that falls, the whole thing fails, they are facing a lot of anger from Republican voters, even people who don't normally come out and vote, because it's something that, Republican politicians can campaign on. They'll be like, look, they just tried to steal the democracy, the republic, by staging this thing where they want to make DC the 51st state. Like that's gonna
just go to Pornhub and watch some hot porn instead of thinking about two fat dad bods.
Right?
Well, making DC a state also has constitutional issues as well. That's not like there's more to it than just not making DC a state. Because if you put BC under a state, what would happen is that it would fall under the laws of that state instead of falling under the laws of Congress.
I was saying he gets my live streams cut because he's an F-word N-word that uses the N-word constantly, repetitively, all the time. He's fucking sick in the head, F-word N-word.
Yeah, but for Puerto Rico, it looks like it's because...
And then Issa's like, but he's so intelligent. He's so smart. You don't know he's trolling. He's trolling you. He's a very smart guy.
Yeah, there's also concerns that, with statehood.
If we can get Nancy Mesa up, if she's in the audience. Is she in the audience yet? Because she would be able to answer it. She would know, given that she's a member of Congress.
Let me take a look.
Let's see the request. Oh, look in the audience.
Yeah, we're like spitballing here.
Yeah, so... yeah, so Greenland.
Just about everybody in my DMs but that person.
Yeah, for Greenland, will it, if Greenland wants it, will they become a state or not? Do you think the U.S. would take that risk? Because if they make them a state, if they make Greenland a state, then I think a lot of blue-collar people are going to move to it. For those jobs, mining jobs. So it could even become
the most powerful. They would have the most powerful votes in the union if they did that, because you'd have literally one elector per 16,000 voters, and you'd have one senator per 25, because the population of Greenland's 50K. So literally, they would be the most powerful.
Yeah, they would have three representatives in the electoral college as well.
Yeah, so like it would actually you could do that thing that they're trying to do in New Hampshire, where they're like moving libertarians to New Hampshire to try to take over the state and make it a libertarian utopia. You could actually do that with Greenland if you could move probably about 10,000 people there. You would have like an absolute immovable right-wing majority over one of the world's largest, most heavily, resource-heavy regions. Of course, it's very, very cold, but it depends on
the people of Alaska already used to just have the people in Alaska move.
Technically speaking, if Canada, the United States, and Mexico were to become one, entire nation, it'd be the United States of cum. Think about it. It's Canada, U.S., Mexico. They put everything together. It's the United States of cum.
Magic is real. You should tweet that out, by the way. You should tweet it out. It's funny.
Excuse me.
Put it out there.
Please don't die, Adrian.
He's got a cough. He's got that Chinese flu, the new one that's coming out.
Oh yeah, 100% patient zero. By the way, sarcasm, just in case some fucking people out there be like, oh my god, we just heard this person on a space in front of hundreds of people say he's patient zero. People like that live out there. We live in a world that is populated by very intelligent people, and then whatever that is.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna say we live in a world with very intelligent people, and then there's you.
We live in a society.
We live in a society of nutcases.
You know, I can't believe they used that fucking line in the Suicide Squad movie. We live in a society. Like, really? Like, bruh. Fucking
Yeah, the same movie where they have to kill a giant eye alien using a swarm of rats that can swim. I'm not even kidding, that's an actual fucking scene in the movie.
Garbage.
By the way, does this show me as co-host?
Yeah, to me,
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Also, what's wrong with your microphone? It literally sounds like the type of thing that some random dude calling in from his, like, Nokia sounds like.
It's worse than out
You know, like the old Nokia, you know, you just like you drive over, it's all fine.
Is it actually that bad right now?
It was
Not
for a second.
anymore.
It sounded like you
It
were
was,
muffled.
it sounded like you were speaking through a scarf or something.
How's it now?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, fine now.
It's fine now? Yeah, I had my phone quite far away.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad earlier.
Yeah, before literally, you know, like the old legacy Nokia phones, the ones that look like a brick that you can run a car over and it's still going to work and you can put a lot of electricity through and it still will work? Yeah, speaking to that and it sounds like that. It would actually sound a little better.
Right. Even at my worst, though, it's not as bad as Augie's.
This I can agree with.
That's true.
Like, what is that? I swear to God, I looked at his fucking headset. I'm like, yes, this is literally exactly how I imagined it.
If you can't stand me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best. Only God can judge me. We always see the Facebook post where it's like, you know, single mom of like 5 kids.
Yeah, exactly. Multiple mental disorders, all this kind of beautiful shit. Like, yeah, fix me, sure. Nah.
Just a single mom of 5 beautiful kids. You know, looking for a millionaire who can look after me. Yeah, alright.
This is why people need to like really make better life decisions seriously. And modern society is not conducive to that.
Don't forget, he needs to be 6'5".
Oh yeah, 100%, 6'5". And has to give her a cheat pass on a Christmas.
I'm gonna go try sleep. I'll see you guys.
I can't believe that was actually a fucking suggestion. Imagine the life of the individual who suggested this shit. Are you the person who's gonna use it, or are you the person who's trying to cope? Because it's already happening. Like, which is it?
There's a thing called the what is it called? I've got it right here. The female delusion calculator. There's an equivalent one for men. where you plus there's also there's a male delusion calculator as well, where you can plug in the characteristics of your ideal mate, and so that's height, weight, and income principally. And then you can click go, and you can say, like, what is the probability that I'm going to meet this person? So if women are like, listen, I want a guy who's 6'5", makes $500,000 a year, and is between the ages of 25 and 35, you'll then go, okay, cool. We've done the analysis, and there are 3 people like that on the East Coast, like, or something like that. So like, it's like 0.00.
Yeah, it's in it.
It's like hot singles in your area, but it's an algorithm.
Yeah. Like, how accurate is the male delusion calculator? Is it like just made up, or is it like actually scientific?
I think it's run by the same people. So I'm just gonna go. What's the male delusion calculator?
Delusionmeter.com.
Yeah, there we go. It's the male reality calculator is what it's called. So you go 8. So like, let's say age 18 to 29. Race, any, that's fine. Height, let's say, I don't know, I want someone between 4'11" and 5'4", exclude overweight and obese, and minimum income, let's say I expect, I don't know, 130,000 a year, find out. Any marital status, any amount of children. Probability is the woman of the U.S. female population age 18 to 29 meets your standards is 0.378%. So,
Jesus fucking Christ.
yeah, so
it's even at that, with the whole kids thing excluded, by the way, as a thing that you don't want to have, as a thing you don't want to have, holy shit.
Yeah.
Is
so
like everybody obese? Oh yeah, that's right, they are.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, 40%, 40% of the population. So what you're doing is you're just taking these huge swathes of the population that's out there and saying, okay, that's disqualified, that's disqualified. And I think, obviously when you're dating, you're doing a lot of sorting, and, meeting lots of people and all the rest of it. But I think people have the illusion, they get the illusion when they're using particularly the internet to do it. They get this illusion of abundance and choice and other things when really actually they're looking at a pretty small group and a pretty small sliver. And that particularly changes the thing that really does it is income. Most people dramatically overestimate like what a good partner should make, or what, like, particularly women looking at men's incomes. The average guy makes $60,000 a year, $50,000 a year, and so they'll say, well, I want a guy who makes $300,000. They think they're everywhere, but they don't realize that that's actually an incredibly small number. So that's, I think, what actually is the main filtering factor, is that people say, okay, well, income levels, I want someone who makes 300, 400, 500,000 a year. But when you do that, you get, it's a normal distribution. And so the numbers start to fall off pretty quickly the higher your expectations are.
Well, yeah, of course, and you have to also consider, like, I don't think I want to say this next part.
I think it's just interesting, the mathematics. So it's, but yeah, that's definitely something. I'm glad I'm not dating anymore, suffice it to say.
Yeah, and then the next problem is, like, a lot of the people that are online are actually fake. And then the people who are somewhat real, that are on, like, social media, for instance, that present themselves as beautiful and such, they're, like, definitely in a relationship, but they don't let it off so that they can preserve their army of simps.
Simp armies!
It's true, like all those Twitch streamers saying, you may be one of them!
I feel really, one terrible thing is now I think Tinder and all the match group companies, they're rolling out like AI assistants. So after realizing that people were just basically plugging in their dating profiles to AI and letting a chatbot manage all their replies and schedule their dates, they said, you know what we should do? A brilliant idea is we should do it ourselves. So what they're doing is they're rolling out like LLMs to help people craft responses and do that kind of stuff. Unless that was like a fake ad that I saw, but like well, there's just so much AI on it anyway. Everyone's got touched up pictures. They're not having conversations with each other. They're just relying on the AIs to do the communication. And like, yeah, so I could be wrong. I might have been tricked on that. It might have been like a fake ad.
It's kind of funny because most of the time it's actually good. Because everyone's using ChatGPT, right? So what happens is basically, if you were to get a Tinder date with ChatGPT, and the other Tinder date also got you with ChatGPT, then basically it's the AI fucking itself.
It's the AI managing human evolution, which is even scarier.
Hey, that's one.
Yeah. So the AI is we're going to create the Kwisatz Haderach, and we're going to do it by Tinder.
It's just a fucking dude. The AGI is already here, man. 100%.
So something not everybody knows is law enforcement also uses dating apps sometimes.
So to get people.
What do you mean? What do you mean uses it? Uses it to find criminals, or uses it to? What do you mean?
Get intel.
I mean, a couple of different ways. One, like sex work stings, right? Like dating apps can be
right.
But also, like if they were trying to insert a CI into somebody's life and they knew that this person was like single, they might put some profiles in their area that they'd be likely to swipe on, and see if they can maybe get somebody close to them, right? Like that.
Singles in your area.
Yeah, hot singles in your area, man.
Literally a honeypot.
Yeah, and spies do this as well. Intelligence agencies. This is how they,
I would sleep so much more comfortably if I didn't know that my girlfriend was a CIA plant.
Oh, this is how Project Veritas does their stuff as well. They find the guys on Grindr and they find, just straight dudes on Bumble. Yeah, Bumble.
You'd be surprised. Remember how they got they always, how is it that it's always some random fucking dude from Grindr? Like, how does that work?
Yeah.
Like, disproportionately, I have not seen, like, it's always the funniest meme, where it's like, hey, your job is this and this and this and that, but your date is O'Keefe. It's O'Keefe and his media crew. That's your date.
Yep.
And the CIA thing, by the way, I got that one from a meme.
Imagine how disappointing it would be to go out on a date and think you're like hanging out with someone attractive, and then have James O'Keefe show up. Like, just imagine.
That's gonna be the funniest fucking shit ever. It's fucked up because you're like, yeah. Like, how do you even react? Like, immediately, all of your survival instincts kick in. It's like, the honeypot master. Yeah, the guy who gets you to somehow be with some individual. It's like on Grindr or something. They get him out to the restaurant. They have the initial date, and then next thing, because of the whole completion of the mission, your next date is with Mr. O'Keefe. It's wonderful.
What they do though is like the date starts, and then what happens is the camera crew like pops out from behind a bar counter or something, and he's like, "Hey, James O'Keefe from OMG Media Group." And so they lure them in and say, "Oh wow, I'm on my second date, my third date. Things are really going well. I really get along well with this person." And then boom, it's O'Keefe, like in your face with a microphone and an iPad. I mean that would really ruin my day.
Yeah, I can only imagine, man. It would really ruin my day. Okay, now hear me out though. Hear me out on this though. If you were, if it happened to be, it'd be like, hey man, cool. I watch a lot of your stuff. By the way, you gotta try them tacos. They're really, really good. I'm not gonna discuss anything, but I want you to try them tacos though.
That's the only way to handle it. I mean, the only way to handle it would be like, oh cool, like you're crashing our date, awesome. Like, did you bring someone with you as well? Yeah, that would be.
You gonna pay for your half, or I'm gonna pay for us both? Like, what's? Am I the bottom bitch? Like, what's going on? This is like one of those unexpected things that people didn't necessarily imagine would happen. I'm kind of very well known for that. Just like random bullshit. I've caused a lot of chaos in real life as well with that. There's like somebody in the sales department. They used to be in sort of. I really pissed them off for good reason, by the way. They're an asshole to me, and that put them in their place. Now they can't be an asshole anymore.
It's funny. A random thought here, but Elon just responded to the Senate Judiciary Democrats, and they're literally putting out fake misinformation about officers who, quote unquote, died or lost their lives on January 6th. Like, are you fucking kidding? Like, that is such a blatant lie. Yeah, like, it's got like 5 community notes on it already, and I've uploaded all of them. So if you guys want to check out Elon's reply where he says liar, yeah, go upvote those community notes, because it's such bullshit that they're putting out. And these are the same people, by the way, who will constantly attack Elon, constantly attack X, and say that, all they do is post misinformation. It's like, literally, this is just pure, complete misinformation or disinformation that they're putting out. It's absolutely a lie. Not a single police officer died on Jan 6, but I think 6 J6 protesters lost their lives. Various reasons, one of whom was murdered, right? I would maintain that Ashley Babbitt was murdered in cold blood, and they gave the guy a fucking medal for it. Disgusting.
I thought it was only one. I thought it was only Ashley Babbitt on the day.
No, the others who were hit, like, I think some of them like had a heart attack or like fell or whatever, but some of them were hit, struck in the head by like a gas canister or some shit like that. Not much is talked about it, though. Ashley Babbitt's case was like the most blatant of all of them.
I mean, that will happen when someone shoots her.
Yep.
It's fairly direct. I mean, I think the cases of police officers, like, I think there were 5 officers who died in the 6 months afterwards. One of them, Sicknick, had a stroke the following day. And then there were like 3 or 4 more who I think they all committed suicide in the months like afterwards, which is like, it's like tragic as hell. And it's just such a shame that that became a political football. And it keeps being used as a political football because like clearly there was, honestly, clearly there was something wrong that like either, if to the extent they were veterans, and I think some of them were, there's an issue there. And also like the MPD, like that's a really stressful job. And they all got thrown under the bus after 2020, right? They weren't able to do their job in DC. So, I think it's kind of like, well, it was all J6. I was like, well, no, maybe not. Maybe you were just providing them with a terrible place to work. So yeah, all in all, very, very tragic.
Yeah, I know some DC officers who tell me that Capitol Police it's like one of the most grueling jobs there, and nobody likes you. So, I mean, imagine being them, right? You go in day out, knowing that everyone hates you. It's tough, especially if you're already dealing with mental health issues from, being a veteran, having PTSD.
Being a cop sucks. Like absolutely no doubt. Those guys. I remember one guy. He looked like he was 50. I was sitting down at a little bar a couple towns over, and I was like, "So what's your deal?" And he was like, "Well, I'm 38." And I was like, "Oh, well." And
man.
it was like, "Okay, you're 38." He's like, "Yeah, and I'm retired." And I was like, "What do you mean you're retired?" He's like, "Well, I started working in the correctional system as a prison guard, right? As a corrections officer when I was 18." And basically it's 20 years and boom, you're done, right? At that point, you're finished, you get your state pension. And I think you retire on like a 2/3 pension, you do whatever. But like that kind of work, you just go through so much shit and it's just terrible. It grinds them down. So yeah. And being a cop is just, not fun. So like we should take care of those guys because it's
You're
really,
cop in DC especially. I mean, you've seen the way that some of these conservatives treat them. They don't even treat them like they're humans.
I mean, being a cop in DC is tough because I don't think anyone has their back. Like the DC government, Bowser, I suppose, the mayor, is a little more law and order oriented than the city council. The city council is just like, if it were up to them, they would throw open the doors of the prisons and just turn the place into sort of an open air asylum. And the cops are just sitting there like not being funded enough, not having enough officers, and being political footballs and not being able to do their jobs. And so as a consequence, their jobs become more dangerous, right? Because all of this violent crime has been up and up and up in the last couple of years. So like carjackings are way up. And it's like not carjackings like, oh, he got carjacked in a bad neighborhood. It's like, no, someone got carjacked on 13th and H, right? And there were a lobbyist working at Wilkie Farr or something like that and got shot in the face like 4 blocks from the White House. So like that's how dangerous DC's gotten. And so I'm not surprised that cops are having a rough time.
God, I love eating steak. It's so good.
Yeah, I just had mine. Delicious.
I had some tom yum goong.
What the fuck is that?
Thai curry, sort of. Like, It's really nice. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you can drink it like a soup.
That's my favorite piece
It's
of
meat.
ass.
Mushrooms.
I like Thai food. It's
Super
delicious.
Super spicy. And sometimes you can get bad ones, but if you know which restaurant
Yeah, I
to go
love
to,
spicy food. Yeah.
delicious.
You have to like be it semi-spicy, not so spicy that your asshole burns when you shit that out.
Stay away from Mexican.
I don't care about the pain in my mouth. I really don't care about that so much. What I do care about is sitting on pain. This feels about as bad getting kicked in the nuts.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Adrian, I think someone suggested in the comments to drink hot soup for your throatache.
No, it's not like that. What I got going on is as a result of some sort of weird sickness that had been going around. Fucking people are gross, they don't know how to contain themselves. Either way, I got hit by something, and yeah, it had all kinds of weird reactions. Never really had anything like this before. Normally makes people cough like crazy, but I kind of disciplined to not do it as much as I. It's very itchy.
Actually, it's because you had those cereals a few days back.
It's absolute bullshit.
It's not absolute bullshit.
Yes, it is. Absolute bullshit.
It's
seriously,
because of those cereals.
No, seriously, it's absolute bullshit because everybody around the exact same person is also sick with the exact same shit. So yes, it's absolute bullshit.
Nah, it's because of the cereal.
It's a virology thing. I know you're trolling, by the way. Fuck you. I just wanted to see a lawyer could keep the chain going. I'm like, oh yeah, really? He's role playing now. I can't get past this.
Really though, you should stop eating that toxin.
I do. I always stop because I keep starting.
Fuck you.
That should be a synonym.
Take a massive step back and fuck yourself in the face.
That's actually an incorrect. That's actually a misquoting of the original thing. Les Grossman said in Tropic Thunder. He said, "Why don't you just step back and literally fuck your own face?" You gotta watch Les Grossman. Have you watched Les Grossman?
I'm not gonna watch it.
You gotta fucking watch it.
You gotta watch Tropic Thunder, dude. It's brilliant. It's a great movie.
I'm not gonna watch the movie.
You're not gonna watch the movie. I'm gonna send you the fucking clip. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with him. He doesn't want to watch the movies.
It's such a good movie.
Exactly. I don't normally. I don't relish the idea of watching movies at all. I kind of hate the process. But
I love movies.
In this kind of movie, that's perfectly fine.
I love movies. I mean, my whole setup is basically just geared around watching movies.
Nice.
I hate movies.
Oh, by the way, yeah, I bought, since I was like, I asked you guys the other day, like, what soundbar I should get, right? Anyway, I went to the store, and I picked up a Bose Ultra. It is so much better than the Sony I was using.
Nice. Yeah,
so much better.
Pretty sick, yeah.
Yeah. Bose is amazing. Like, it's got, like, so they're three-dimensional stuff, you know, it's like, what, 7.1 or whatever it's called, right? It actually, you know, it reflects sound from, like, the ceiling, you know? So if you have a kind of not a gigantic room, for example, it actually does work. You can actually hear the surround. It's crazy. And they use, like, much better AI to detect where you're sitting and to you know, make it to sound amazing compared to what Sony is doing. Sony is good if you get the new quadraphonic speakers. It's like a 4-speaker setup. It's not even a soundbar. It's literally just 4 speakers. But if you don't want to get that, because that costs quite a bit, that's like 2005 or something. A Bose system with a subwoofer costs about, I want to say $1,500. It's on sale right now, I think. It's amazing. Like, it just fills up the whole room with sound. I was watching a couple of movies yesterday, and it felt like I was wearing headphones. That's how good it is.
Mm.
Yeah. It's quite impressive. Yeah, it was better than the Sonos system I had back home.
Adrian.
You may remember from Topic Thunder, you know the Les Grossman scene where he's like saying that? What if I'm just going to post this clip without
Do it.
Adrian, what if you stepped back and fucked yourself in the face?
Again, you're misquoting it. I'm going to have to send you the actual thing. I'm working on it right now. You're gonna fucking love it. That's where it's happening. I'm gonna put it out there. The masses are going to understand the meme now because I'm going to post the clip because nobody else is willing to.
I already posted it when Elon said it.
No one can convince me.
Wait, I thought
no one can convince me to watch any movie whatsoever.
You're not gonna watch the movie. You're gonna watch the clip. Now relax.
In the,
I know.
Actually, I got it. Let me post it. I want to post it without context.
I'll watch the clip. I'll watch the clip. But
yeah, I'm gonna post it. Yeah, I'm gonna post the clip because I want to put it on my timeline just for out of context funnies. Everybody in the space is gonna understand why, but everybody else is gonna be super confused. So you have what is it? Almost 1,000 people here of the 200 something thousand that follow me. So you're the only ones that are actually really gonna understand what the fuck's going on.
Sweet. I put it in the top. I beat you to it.
Well, that's because I already have it. What the fuck is with this piece of dog shit downloader?
I beat you to it, dude. Like, it's in the top if you want to play it.
Dude, I hate that every single fucking downloader is so broken these days.
Are you on a Mac or PC
dog
right
shit. No, I do everything from my phone.
Adrian. Why are you acting like a dipshit?
What?
Why are you acting like a dipshit? Just use YouTube DLP.
Let me ask you a question. Does it work on your phone?
No.
Probably.
It's a worthless piece of shit to me.
You can...
Like, what am I always in front of my computer? No, I am on my phone where literally all the magic happens. No, anyways, this fucking bullshit's corrupted. I'm gonna have to find the other one.
Anyway.
Or rip it straight from source.
Hold on. You have an Android, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm gonna send you an app. I'm gonna send you an app. Do you have F-Droid?
No.
You don't?
No.
Do you know what that is? What do you mean you don't trust it?
I don't.
How do you not trust F-Droid?
Because I don't.
No, F-Droid.
That's why.
That's not an answer.
That is an answer.
Can you tell me why you don't trust F-Droid?
No particular reason. I just have a bad feeling about it. That's all. Prove to me that it's
what
not
is
bad.
F-Droid? Can someone tell me?
Can I pitch in on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of happen to agree with Adrian because there is a trusted party problem with F-Droid. So they have their own signing keys, right? And I mean, the developers also, like, they give us reproducible builds and stuff like that. But the problem is you still have to trust the developer anyway. So you're basically adding more parties in between. So if you trust a specific app,
you're doing that anyway with you're doing that anyway with Google Play Store.
Friends with Google Play Store, the updates don't get delayed, unlike what happens with F-Droid. So let's say you're using Signal, right? And there is a security issue with Signal, and let's say you get Signal from F-Droid. Well, your updates got delayed because
F-Droid allows you to add your own repositories if you want. So you can download it directly from whatever repository you want.
Yep, I already do that with using Optinium. Have you heard of Optinium?
Yes.
Yeah, so I directly download the
I
app
know
from...
Optinium. You do it from the GitHub page, yes, I know.
Yep, from the releases, yeah.
But I don't think there should be any issues with F-Droid. It works fine. There's apps, and you can add your own repositories. Not to mention, most of the projects actually only have F-Droid support outside of the Google Play Store.
Okay, let me send you a resource in our chat. Have a look at it and let me know what you think.
Random thing, but did you see that Dell is completely killing off their Latitude XPS and Inspiron lines of laptops, and they're replacing it with just Dell Dell Pro and Dell Pro Max.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's stupid because, at this point, everybody knows what the differences are,
It's fantastic.
This is literally just Apple's branding.
Why is confusing AI part of security issues?
It executes like scripts that it may not be able to, and may be able to get some access to like different levels of security.
So what do you mean by confusing AI? Like being able to confuse the AI?
Confusing UX, I mean. Confusing user experience.
Yeah, there's a big difference between AI and UX.
Yeah, I was confused. I'm playing Getting Over It.
Well,
I'm playing Getting Over It at the same time. At the same time that I'm reading this. So
it just proves it. It proves it some more. You're still not over it.
I'm not sure about UX, but if you can confuse an AI, it could be a security issue, like with AI agents that have access to resources. If you can,
there's nothing about AI. There's nothing about AI. I just added that shit on because I was focused on my game, and I just had a quick look at it.
He's focused on getting over it. He's focused on getting over it because he's never over it.
Yeah, exactly.
It should be an achievement for if you didn't log into the game for like a year, but then log back in again, you get the reward for you're over it.
Oh my god!
You should get an achievement. Yeah, it's like a Steam achievement.
I have all 3 of the achievements.
Except the final one.
Yeah, except the final one. To close the app and never open it again.
Dude,
right.
I love Grok so much.
Either
it's
way.
The only AI now that, sorry, like I was just going to say, I love the fact that you can just ask it to summarize what they announced today at NVIDIA.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Either way, Adrian.
It's so good, dude. Better than reading a news website.
Adrian. You can download this, and you can download the video from that.
Oh man, they're introducing DLSS 4, which has 8 times more frame rate improvements. Holy crap!
Oh, wow.
Compared to 40 series. Yeah, that's huge.
Okay.
So I mean, they've already released, like Asus is releasing a 480 hertz 4K monitor and stuff, right? And those need they need like a new the DP 2.1 standard, which I don't think any current graphics card even supports. So right now, if you were to plug it in, you're just going to get display compression, right? And that's pretty noticeable with like banding. If you look at the sky, you're going to see like the lines and stuff. The new graphics cards from the 50 series obviously support this stuff, but they're also going to be capable of supporting those monitors and to actually reach those frame rates. So you're not going to be playing games at 60 FPS anymore. You're going to be literally playing them at 300 plus FPS. That's holy crap. That's huge. Yeah.
That'd be nice. Yeah, for like your input lag and everything, it'll be like non-existent at that frame rate. Yeah.
Mhm. It's impressive. This is a generational leap, like actual generational leap, not like 40 series to 30 series is pretty minimal.
Guys.
Yeah.
My co-host position is completely fucked. Can you bring us forward then?
Yeah.
Okay, so according to this, right, the 5090, which is $2,000, has over 20,000 CUDA cores, 32 gigabytes of GDDR7, holy shit, PCI 5, and has a power consumption of 600 watts. So you're gonna need a really powerful PSU for it. But here's the thing.
I didn't even know we were up to that yet. That's crazy.
Yeah. It's up to 70% faster than a 4090 because of ray tracing and enhanced AI stuff. Yeah.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Literally, look at the CUDA cores compared from the 4090 to the 5090, and it's almost like double or some shit like that. It's insane.
Yeah, it's 12K to like 21K. Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane.
Fucking massive, and this is plus DLSS 4, so you already got like this massive improvement of like 8 times faster compared to like current DLSS, which is already great.
Wild.
Yeah. My biggest concern is how big of a case do I need to fit it in?
Exactly.
Probably
Is
the
it bigger
same
than the
size.
last one? Yeah. Did they say the size?
It's the same size.
It is
About the same size.
I mean, the 4090 is bigger than the 3090.
Yep.
By the way,
So the 5090 has to be bigger than the 4090. Huh?
I don't think necessarily because of they're using a new nanometer process, so they can fit a lot more in.
Sure. Which nanometer are they using? 2 nanometer?
Let me check. I'm not gonna say what yet. As I check.
What were you gonna ask me?
Yeah, Jordan. So just so you know, we've all decided to move to Linux. So the computers need to be like Linux compatible.
I mean, Linux compatible is fine with you guys. Like, I mean, I can build anything. I'm not worried about that. I just want personally.
Wait, what? What the
They're
fuck?
using 4 nanometer, I think.
What the fuck?
What do you want to fucking about?
What the what? Why?
I don't know.
Are you sure?
That's what Grok says. But I don't think they actually announced it though. I think when I asked it that question, it wasn't really able to find any like sources. So I don't think they announced it. They didn't announce it.
I'll give it a day.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't even Googling it, right? There is no information on what nanometer process they're using. So I don't think it's 4. No, because 4 is basically 5 but optimized, right? So it's very likely 2. That would be my guess, but they haven't announced it.
I doubt it would be 2. Because then they would have 2 nanometers before Apple, and that's very unlikely.
So 3 maybe?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, I'm looking for like last year's stories, right? It says that NVIDIA is reportedly overwhelming TSMC with 3 and 4 nanometer orders, so it's got to be.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's got to be 3. Yeah.
3. Okay, that makes more sense.
It's good for NVIDIA because it means that all the other customers are gonna have a hard time getting their shit.
AMD's like, God damn it, you know.
Bigger order, easier.
Yep.
What the fuck? What game is this? I'm checking the website. I'm checking the website, right? And they have like a slider which is like RTX off versus RTX on. I'll send it to you guys.
Okay.
And the RTX off looks like complete ass. And then you do like a slider to like the RTX on, and it looks absolutely amazing. And I'm just like, what the fuck?
Let me check.
Which game is this?
DLSS4 is crazy.
Man, fuck cookies. I fucking hate this bullshit.
Man, holy shit. So Cyberpunk 2077 is going to be using DLSS4, right? And they said that if your average is like 28
Oh,
FPS,
shit.
it's gonna
Yeah, that's
go up
Gary's
to like
one.
200.
Oh, what?
Crazy.
Yeah, that's Gary's one right there.
I said that literally your frame, like you get double the frame rate if you had a 4090 to a 5090.
Gary's mod, Apex. Fuck, man. That's yeah, that game's Gary's mod. That's very fucking insane, man. What the fuck is that?
Oh my god, featured RTX games. Doom the Dark Ages, let's go.
What?
Doom the Dark Ages, the new Doom game coming out next year,
Oh,
is
yeah,
gonna be.
yeah.
Ooh, yeah, I'm definitely playing that shit.
Hell yeah.
Sounds good.
Dude, look at the RTX. Look at the RTX and Gary's mod. That shit's great. So the guys are on a hot part. It's Half-Life. Sorry, Half-Life. My bad. It looks like Gary's well. My bad.
Half-Life 2 RTX. Wow.
That looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Hang on. Is it 2? No, sorry, it was Alex. Alex is the one where they are introducing it. No, was it? No, it was right at the beginning where they. There was like one where they introduced the alien that can manipulate the green energy. Who was that again? What was his fucking name? It's the guy who says, "I have a brain injury. My brain is injured."
Yeah. So it's the Blackwell Max Q, Blackwell NVIDIA. Okay, let's see. TSMC.
Dude, like I'm just looking at the stats alone, right?
Oh, it is
3 times more.
Oh, it is 4 nanometers. It is 4 nanometers.
4 nanometers? Okay.
Yeah.
Impressive then.
Yeah, so it's Blackwell.
Yep. Yep.
49
is Ada Lovelace.
Yeah.
And wow, the NVIDIA decoder, so this is for streamers, right? It's got 2 decoders on it instead of 1. That's crazy.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, that stops you from having to use a dual PC setup to stream.
Okay, so Rubin is an NVIDIA GPU architecture announced at the Computex in Taipei in 2024 by CEO Jensen Huang. It is named after astrophysicist Vera Rubin. It will consist of a GPU named Rubin and a CPU named Vera. The chips will be manufactured by TSMC using a 3 nanometer process. So interesting. It will also have a CPU. In 2026,
fucking double.
In 2026, they're releasing Rubin and Vera. Rubin is GPU, and Vera is the CPU.
Are they taking on Intel and AMD?
Maybe.
I mean, if it's CPU, I mean, is it what is a CPU for? Is it for like phones or is it like a desktop?
NVIDIA Rubin revealed as Blackwell's successful powerful Vera CPU coming too.
Yeah, I would love to see Team Green actually take on the desktop market.
How would they take CPUs though? Because x86 is only allowed to be owned by some random shitty company, Intel and AMD, and I highly doubt Intel.
I mean, they could make like an ARM-based sort of thing, like what Apple is doing, right? And then have a translation layer, right? Like Rosetta, yeah. Put Rosetta in there, and if it's powerful enough, you won't even notice the fact that it's being translated,
Yeah.
Like, if you've ever tried to run x86 applications on a Mac, it's fine, they run perfectly fine.
Yes. So, hold on.
Yeah, initially you had some problems with it, but after a while, like now, you can't tell the difference.
And even like with the Snapdragon chips that are out now for Windows laptops, they are perfectly fine. They can't really play games very well because they're not really
NVIDIA slide we saw also mentioned the Vera CPU. This processor will feature on a new Vera Rubin accelerator board along one of the aforementioned Rubin GPUs, and is designed to replace. One might suppose that the new Vera CPU will deliver various optimizations to the ARM CPU cores and or a bolstered overall configuration.
One thing Christopher Stanley just interestingly pointed out is that the new 50 series, right, it's not just a spec upgrade, right? He said that this is a fundamental change in how graphics are rendered. Instead of fully computing every pixel. The majority of the image, meaning over 90%, is now generated by neural networks, and that is how they're able to get a 28 FPS image and turn it into 242 frames per second. That is fucking mind blowing. So like Cyberpunk will no longer run like ass, and you can run an 8K game with that. That is insane.
Yeah, with ease.
Wow. With ease, yeah. There'll be no hitches, no latency, nothing. It's all being done on a GPU level. That is mind blowing.
I mean, that's.
Holy crap, man! I'm really gonna enjoy Doom, man.
How good would the graphics be? Because I've seen a lot of people complain about
as
it
good as not better
being
because it
big
manufactures it,
and
so it can. You could like you saw the screenshots of Gary's mod. It actually adds stuff to the scene. It can do that in real time. That is how crazy it is.
Yeah.
So any games that utilize that, so you're a game developer and you're trying to make like a medieval scene, and you don't want to, spend a lot of your own resources, man, creating these, these like modeling everything and then adding textures on it. You can
stars in the sky.
They literally showed that. Yeah, they demoed it. I was like, that's what I was going holy fuck about earlier, right? And now I'm like reading into it, and it's as a game developer, this is game changing. Holy crap!
What it also does is it also makes games a whole lot smaller to download too. Like you won't need it. It'll already be. It'll say, "Oh, we're looking for this particle. Oh, it's here," and it's fine.
Oh, and on top of that, it has the object permanence, so you don't have to worry about, like, right now with AI, if you try to do a scene like this, I mean, it's sort of semi-doable, right? Like, we've seen the Doom game that was built in AI, right? That doesn't have object permanence, so it's going to forget where things are. It's, if you look away, it's 32 gigabytes. So it can literally remember where every item is and what you saw, like 10 minutes ago. If you walk back there, it'll look like the exact same thing you saw before.
You also have to remember that, like, that 5090 is pretty much a 4090 and a 4080 combined. That's literally almost how much it is. And it still doesn't even match up to what the 5090 matches up to. It's insane.
Yeah, because the memory bandwidth is double, right? It's GDDR7, compared to GDDR6X.
I don't know why it keeps crashing.
Season, they have like 10 different things that they release, so it's like a branding thing for Microsoft. Very different with something like Doom. They're not hands on like that. That was like, it's the same thing with like their acquisition of Activision, right? They don't have really any say in what goes on at Activision. If they want to make a new Diablo, I mean, they're not gonna say anything. They're not going to be like, oh, no, it has to have X, Y, and Z, and then they'll just be like...
Even Activision never messed with Blizzard like that. Like,
correct, yeah.
They just never did. The only time that they ever had a say in anything was with COD, and that's barely at that.
That's COD, yeah, and that's just COD.
Yeah, but don't you think they're gonna pressure them to, make sure it doesn't work with Linux?
No, because like if you look at the stuff they've been doing, I mean, they have even Vulkan API built in, or like Doom.
Mm-hmm.
And also,
they really just want to push that. As I said, they just want to push the subscription. That's it. Like they really just want you to have it.
Correct. And if you
when
look
you
at
do,
what
then you get all your
Microsoft is
games.
doing, they're allowing their games, right? The stuff that's being released, like right now, they're exclusive for the Xbox. They're saying, no, it's fine if you release it on PlayStation 5. Like they're even at that level, they're like, we just want people to play the games. The people running Xbox are actually really smart. They're like, yeah, we just want to sell the games. It doesn't matter if it's like on a PlayStation. We're not going to deprive gamers of being able to enjoy this thing just because it's on a rival platform.
PlayStation's recently been doing that as well, where they're bringing it onto like the desktop.
Yeah, PC, yeah. And they're superior versions as well. Yeah.
Well, it's because everybody got sick and tired of spending $700 when a graphics card is $700. They're like, well, I'll just build a PC then.
Mm-hmm.
That was literally the deterrent.
It's like right now is the best time to be a gamer, because it's so platform agnostic. There's no real differences between the consoles, So depending on your budget, let's say you just want to play Forza, then I don't know, just get an Xbox, right? You don't need anything else.
Yeah, $299, yeah.
Yeah, but if you want to, you want to actually play all these different games, just get a PC or get a PlayStation. Get Xbox. It doesn't matter what you get. You can probably play most of the games. Call of Duty is a pretty good example. Minecraft, another one.
Yeah, I mean, COD has its problems. Yeah, but yeah.
I don't play that shit. Fuck that game.
I play Call of Duty every year.
I think everybody does.
It's a thing. It's a yearly thing, and sometimes it sucks. The last one was fucking terrible. The most recent one is okay. Decent campaign. But man, Modern Warfare 3, they just dialed it in, phoned it in.
Yeah, MW3 was really good. MW2 was really good.
Yeah. The originals, yes, not the latest MW3. That one sucked. The campaign was essentially Warzone maps. They put fucking Warzone maps and said, yeah, just go to this location and like kill this guy. It's like, really? That's the mission? Fuck you. I want a campaign, damn it.
I hate to say it, but they, like, Activision wanted to compete with Fortnite at like so badly when like battle royales were massive. They wanted to try so hard, and it's fine. Like I get it, but
it's annoying when you do that.
Stuff's going on like on the game.
Yeah, like I mean, Ubisoft did the same thing where they tried to compete with Destiny. Like the fuck are you guys doing? Like, why are you making Assassin's Creed, right? Assassin's Creed Odyssey and like Far Cry New Dawn. Why does it have leveled weapons in it? What the fuck is that? Like it doesn't add to the game at all. It just makes it suck.
You know what? What happened to what was I gonna say?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I can't remember what I was gonna say.
That's not good.
No.
Yeah.
Get your brain checked.
Yeah, dementia patient.
Yeah, having an aneurysm,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, what happened to PUBG? Remember that shit?
Died off.
It
Because
died.
of hackers.
Yep. They never addressed them.
Couldn't control it.
Unfortunate.
It was pretty successful. I think it was more successful even on mobile. Like they really pulled it off with that,
yeah.
Yeah, I think
better than
boring as shit though.
Didn't
they literally create Battle Royale?
Yes.
Yeah. Player Unknown.
Yep. Player
Was a
Unknown.
mod. Yeah.
For Arma 3. Yep.
Arma 3. Yeah.
Tarkov.
Do you guys remember Gameloft?
Yes.
Yes.
They made shitty games. They're like a game mill.
Yeah, they used to make like the knockoff games.
Yep. Licensed. All these
I
licensed.
mean,
properties.
Tarkov made another game called Delta Force. That game's not bad.
I like Delta Force, yeah. The aesthetics is really good. It's basically, so if you've not played Delta Force, if you enjoyed Battlefield, you know, like the original Battlefield before it got stupid, that game. It's basically Battlefield 2 is what it is, right? Battlefield 2 or Battlefield 2 Bad Company if you want to play that one. It's that, and it's fantastic, yeah.
Whatever happened to the more futuristic version of Battlefield? Whatever happened to that?
2042.
It sucks.
Yeah, 2042.
I mean, well,
it
would be
was
cool
good.
now.
No, the beta was good.
Yeah,
The beta was good.
I don't think I'll ever
Afterward.
do it.
It was
It's
cool.
cool.
A lot of bugs.
The launch was a
You guys
nightmare.
remember the
So,
game
like, a whole year, they were just releasing crappy updates after
It's
crappy
Jeff
updates.
Bark.
They were not very good, right? But
Little
now it's in a
Manson
really
runs
decent
around.
state, but there's not enough people playing it. So it's got that
It's
problem where it's
Jeff Bark,
actually a
Little
pretty decent
Manson
game
runs
now,
around.
but everyone's just moved over to Delta Force. Because it's just good right out of the box, right? Yeah.
Do you guys remember the Game Loft game that was like a Halo ripoff? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I played it.
Which one?
Yeah.
What's it called?
I forgot.
And
Can't be
you know
that.
that used to be that's Nova.
Check out
Yes,
this rig.
that's the one. Dude, I fucking played that shit, and I tricked
Check out
it.
this
Wait,
rig.
which platform did you play it on?
I played it on my iPhone.
Check out this
Dude,
rig.
I played that shit too.
He
You know what I
puts up
did? I
stickers.
figured out a little spot where the alien. There was like one
Oh,
specific map where there'd be a ton of
This
aliens
ugly
spawning in, and like one specific
face.
subpart you were supposed to destroy some crystals.
He put some
With the
stickers
aliens
all over
what's
his
going
ugly
on,
face.
remember?
I don't
You may not.
remember at all.
Yeah. So I would kill one of the crystals and leave the other one alive. And so I had bought this very specific gun, and I would just literally keep the gun there, keep a little how did I do this again? Because it has auto shoot. It has like auto
Put
shoot
some
enabled when
stickers
it's like
all
in
over
target.
his
So
ugly
you just have
face.
to aim it towards the target. And so I always kept aiming it in the one specific direction, and would just keep headshotting the aliens as they came out of the spawn. So I'd set up the phone, charge it up, automate it, and then just go off, do my work, come back 10, 12 hours later, and the thing would still be shooting aliens.
That's amazing.
I didn't have any shortage of coins. I would buy whatever I fucking wanted because I figured it out.
So this is how Gameloft got their start. They would literally take off like popular franchises of consoles, and they would make like a rip-off version on mobile.
Dude,
So
the
you had
PvP sucked so much ass because Nova was like entirely pay to play. It's like Halo, a rip-off version of Halo on mobile, except that it's like basically pay to play. Because if you don't have the proper fucking guns, you get your ass whooped instantly. You don't have the right core, you get fucked. Luckily for me, I had the best guns because I did all the grinding, so I killed everybody.
They had like a rip-off GTA. They had like a rip-off Halo. They had like a rip-off Assassin's Creed. Like a shit ton of rip-off games.
That's funny as shit.
You remember Nova?
You're the
too?
only motherfucker who has ever brought this up to me. That's the funniest shit ever.
You remember Nova 2?
I didn't play Nova 2. I only played the first Nova and then fucked off.
Oh.
I'm not sure if it was Nova 2 that I played or just plain Nova. Either way, I just installed it, thought, pretty cool. Can I automate it? Yes, automate it. Go do this shit, do whatever I want, come back, take the coins, buy better guns, kill more aliens, do whatever else I needed to do. I could just basically be passively playing the game without playing the game while doing all my chores, and then I come back and then I go into PvP and kill everyone with my hyper upgraded guns. Because fuck you, that's why.
They pay to win.
Yeah, see, it's pay to win, or you can use your brain and do nothing. Did you buy any of the stuff in there?
I saw this clip of Jensen Huang saying that robotaxis are going to be the first multi-trillion-dollar robotics enterprise.
You know, this was actually a thing. This was actually a point of tension with my father as a child. So I kept wanting to waste money on these mobile games, and my father would always tell me to fuck off.
You just revealed your age, by the way.
People already know.
Oh, okay. Shows how young you are. That was the thing.
Well, like I wanted to like buy like Clash of Clans and other shit. Yeah. And then I would tell my father, "Can I buy it?" And he'd be like, "No, fuck off."
Okay, I'm gonna kill this stream. Calling it a night. Boring as fuck.
That's for really fucking hurts, man.
That's worse than I thought.